time.
So, welcome everybody to this little mini test campaign we're going to be doing. Today we are beginning in the College of Camlann. It's a magic and combat-oriented college, probably the most prestigious, definitely throughout the land of Camelot, but possibly even extending as far as the distant surrounding continents and nations. We start with the five of you, who we will introduce momentarily, as you all are set in a grand theater and auditorium. Your transmutation professor, Professor Wiggins, is currently sitting up behind the podium, standing upon a box because he's quite short. He's only about 4'5". He's a dog folk. A big, puffy, round face with a bunch of puppy fur. Big, round eyes. He looks like he's about 14 years old.
And I will teach our class.
And you guys have been studying with Wiggins and several other professors for about 2 weeks at this point. The college starts early in waxing Mesis, which is equivalent to our September, just at the beginning of fall, as the just before the leaves begin to turn. And yeah, you guys are all in the College of Camlann, which is the College of Camlann, which is set next to Castle Camelot and just outside of the capital city of Camlann. Wiggins sits up in front of you and says, right, so today we will be discussing transmutation as per usual. However, I will be discussing the nature of curses and the power that curses often take advantage of using transmutation. Specifically, things like lycanthropy, which is a notorious and rampant curse that affects people not just within Camelot, but has spread far beyond, even beyond Tyriku and the Iron Sand Islands. And he continues on this rambling speech. Those of you who wish to may take notes. Those of you who wish to sleep may.
Hell yeah.
But he continues to explain this, the process of lycanthropy and curses, and kind of rambles on ad nauseum. In spite of his apparent age, he does seem quite knowledgeable in the subject. And eventually, as the class finally subsides and people begin to file out, does say, now, if I could just get some assistance from, he kind of looks at a sheet, Fulmine, and Fulmine, if you would describe your character.
Fulmine startles away. He lifts up the tip of his hat, which has definitely not been covering his face while he tries to sleep. He is a kind of lithe, king-cheated tabaxi, very finely dressed. He has a ridiculous wide brim hat with a long feather. He's got very much that musketeer look to him, kind of the Spanish fencer look. A big kind of shawl cape with a kind of an emblem emblazoned on the back or stitched onto the back of it of what appears to be a lion's head spitting a thunderbolt. He has a very expensive and ornate-looking rapier at his side, which appears to be worth more than everything else he's ever owned combined. And he wears it even to class, which is unwieldy. He probably has it tucked under the seat or something, and then he straps it back on to go help. Kind of these piercing green eyes. Yeah, that's him. That's Fulmine.
Excellent. So you stand up and approach?
Oh, yeah. I rush down there.
Okay. And then he continues down the list. Case, In case if you would describe your character.
All right. I guess I'm up. I am 5'6" tabaxi that looks closer to a raccoon than a feline. Completely albino with red eyes. Wearing seemingly a poncho that goes down to their shins, leaving only their like feet visible. With like noticeable like the Japanese style sandals that they're wearing. They also have a red headband tied around their um, head that I don't know, maybe it flows and stuff when they're standing still and there's no visible grass.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And the only other distinguishing feature would be how stiff they seem. Even in class, it never seemed like they went to sleep or even tried to take notes, but instead stared dead-eye at the professor while they gave their lecture.
Excellent. He continues down the list and says, Carlo?
Okay. So Carlo is a big leonin, big fluffy mane. It's all white with kind of etchings of brown near the roots. Really bright green eyes. And he's dressed in a sort of an elven sort of style. Very thin material, almost silky looking, but tight around him. And it looks very clean, precise, and I guess kind of wealthy. I don't know. He's trying to look nice. He wants us to go down there, right?
Yeah.
So he'll get up, and he stands at. How tall is he again? 6'9".
It's a big boy.
Mm-hmm. And he'll go and he'll grab his staff, which is this bleached white. Just looks like wood, mostly. The top of it is hidden currently in his sleeve, and he's just gonna walk with it casually up there, and yeah.
Excellent. You just, as you get down, you just tower over Wiggins.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
This whole time he's been astonished that he has the breath, the power to continue through that whole droning lecture.
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche is a 4 foot tall tabaxi. He has lighter markings, some browns in that as well. He is wearing a blue and white traditional like samurai kimono. He has like one of those straw hats. Currently, it's just hanging on his neck behind his back, along with a giant scroll that's on his back and a katana at his side.
Excellent. And Zabo?
So Salvo is presently, because he's in class, you fucking savages, dressed just in kind of a natural colored, like darker beige hempen loose-fitting pants and center buttoning shirt. He has no weapons because he's in class. But he's 6'4". He is a knoll. White base fur, black stripes. Bright pink scar directly across the front of his throat horizontally, and he does not cover that up. And he will go and stand next to Nietzsche.
Excellent. Right. Well, thank you all for assisting with this. I just need some help carrying all of the potions from the workshop up to the botany office. And he takes you guys out, kind of hobbling up the stairs to the main door of the lecture hall, which opens up into a very large area that is set up as kind of like a study hall. There are a couple of bookshelves and a couple of very long tables where you can see several students sitting and poring over various tomes and things. It leads you guys to the right, wrapping around down a pretty wide. It's less of a hallway, more just like a large open space where there are a couple more tables, and leads you into through a door into one of the workshops. And you can see a couple of students are in there, kind of working on various different projects. But there are a couple of essentially long benches that are set up with various scrolls and other implements, varying from things like alchemical reagents and various vials and burners and that sort of thing, to also just a couple of weird arcane relics of various description. It leads you guys over to a corner at the back of the room where a couple of things have been piled up, several large crates, and he points to them and says, if you wouldn't mind helping me carry these up, I'd really appreciate it.
Certainly.
Is there a small crate?
There is, but he goes and picks that one up.
Carlo will help.
I pick up the next smallest crate.
All right.
Yeah. Calvo is just gonna grab whatever's big and heavy looking.
All right. Yeah, you guys each go and pick up a crate appropriate for your various sizes. Zabo, you probably pick up like two at once. Carlo probably also could, because both of you are quite large. But you guys pick them up, and you can hear, as you do, there's like a sloshing sound coming from a couple of them. And you guys start kind of following Wiggins up, and he leads you back out of the workshop and out through the study hall to just near the library. There's a kind of main staircase that heads up to the second floor. As you guys start to ascend, it goes up about 25 feet. And as you guys start to reach the top, I need... Excellent. I need Case and Zabo to both make athletics checks.
Ooh, okay.
Thank God that wasn't me.
So, Zabo, there's this weird moment where, you've got a decent grip and you're, heading up the stairs, and then one side of the crate just suddenly feels very heavy by comparison. And you kind of dip to a knee, but you manage to hold on to it. In case you feel a similar sensation where it almost feels like the weight of the crate just suddenly shifts to the wrong side, and it causes you to kind of lose your balance, and you drop the case, and there's a loud crack as the wood kind of splinters on the side of the staircase, and you have to kind of pick yourself back up, and Wiggins goes and puts down his crate and hurries down the stairs to your side. Is everything all right?
Well, that's troublesome. What's in these crates, if I may ask?
Just some potions and a few other materials I was working with.
Well, I do hope that you would take any responsibility for any harm that would come to us while transporting them, I suppose.
Give me some kind of check. I don't know if this is intimidation or just persuasion. Your choice.
All right.
Is there a Karen check? I feel like Karen check is intimidation.
Get an agitation check.
Oh no!
Well, as this is all a part of your education, it's all covered by the form that you guys already signed, accepting any injury to yourselves. But also, I'm sorry. Is everything all right? You seem to have a good handle on it, and
Uh, mm, well, it felt strange to carry. That's maybe my insistence in keeping my hands under this poncho at all times, but it did feel as if the weight shifted a little bit as we were walking upstairs. I'm a bit more dexterous than this typically, but
uh, well, there are a lot of potions in there. Perhaps the liquid just sloshed around awkwardly while you were climbing the stairs. Here, I can get it. And he leans down and tries to pick it up, and he like heaves and starts like hobbling up like very slowly, one stair at a time.
As he starts to walk off, before we all pick up and start chasing after, I do kind of bend down and I put a hand on Case's shoulder. I'm like, it's okay, my little friend. These things are heavier than I was expecting. Not much further to go.
I appreciate the sentiment, but this is a rather this is not my best performance so far.
Well, we all have the first-time jitters, huh? He is going to kind of do like a quick hand motion, utters a prayer under his breath, and then places that hand on your shoulder, and there's just a bit of a warmth and glow. He's clearly casting some sort of magic. There you go. We should be able to make it up the stairs with this now, huh?
What was that?
Just a small blessing.
A small blessing. All
Yeah,
right, I'll take it.
Very well. And he's going to turn around, pick up his own crate, and keep heading up the stairs.
It was a 5th level curse, actually.
Yeah, fifth level inflict wounds.
I got in the spot. I'll do the same with little complaining this time.
Can I use this distraction of everything going on to take a peek into my crate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to try being sneaky about it.
All right, give me a sleight of hand check to try and just like crack the lid a little bit to get a sight look in. Yeah, taking a look inside, you can see that there's actually give me a D4. Inside, you see that the box is actually lined with several like knives and a couple of other like strange like instruments that have handles, and then various different like spikes and things that come off of them.
Like torture
Like
devices?
tortured? Yeah.
Give me an intelligence check.
Oh.
You could probably use them as torture devices, but you don't think that they're actually torture devices.
Do they look magical?
You don't see any runes on them. Most magical objects require runes of some kind to be placed on them for them to work. So they just kind of seem like mundane instruments of some kind.
I like lean over to. Well, I can't lean over to Bloodlust because he's so tall.
If he's 3 steps behind you, maybe.
He's too tall. Oh yeah, 3 steps. I get you. Yeah, I'll like try. I can't walk faster than him. This is too heavy. I think these are torture devices.
So
That's it. That's it. I just. I'm not signed up for torture class.
this is an important distinction. Is there actually a torture class?
No.
Uh,
At least it's not named that.
Is there? Yeah, I was gonna say, is there like
Interrogation?
Yeah, advanced interrogation 205.
No, there isn't like any sort of interrogation class or anything like that. There are like etiquette classes, but nothing for like actually torturing people. Yeah, you guys continue up to the second floor, and then the staircase kind of opens up to a large area that you guys would be aware that the second floor has a lot of just basic classrooms as well as all of the faculty offices. So you guys kind of wrap around, and the staircase continues, kind of doubles back on itself, and continues up to the third floor. You continue to head your way up. Excellent. And I need Nietzsche and Carlo to both make athletics checks.
Damn it!
No dear.
Fuck, I was about to do something.
I didn't help them. I believe in you. I believe in both of you. Hey!
Athletics, you say?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Woo!
Okay. Both of you do manage to hold on. Carlo, you barely feel it, really. But there is a slight shift in your crate as something kind of sloshes around. And Nietzsche, similar to Case, you suddenly kind of feel this like shifting of extra weight to one side, and you kind of stumble, but you manage to catch yourself and just like keep going up the rest of the way.
Carlo just chuffs.
During this time, if it seems like everyone's just gone through the motions and is starting to just walk without paying any mind to anything, especially Mr. Professor Man, I would also like to try and take a peek inside my crate.
Yeah, for sure. Give me a sleight of hand check if you want to do it secretly, or you can just like take a look. Yours is kind of like cracked partially open, so it won't be very hard.
Yeah, sleight of hand. Where is that?
So on the skills page, yep,
Okay.
you got it.
Yeah, very easily you can peek in and you see what appears to be it's kind of a straw-lined wooden case, and inside you can see several potion bottles, kind of just like round orb-shaped bottles with a bit of a neck, and they're filled with various colored liquids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would I know what they are?
You could give me an alchemy tools check if you have it, or just a straight intelligence check.
Straight intelligence. A save or?
Just straight check. So if you go to the skills page at the very bottom, there should be like unskilled intelligence. Yeah. They're definitely potions, but yeah, the actual like nature of them, you're not entirely sure without like taking a lot more time to kind of examine and investigate them.
Okay. I'll just keep this knowledge to myself for now then.
All right. But yeah, you guys head up the rest of the way. Staircase kind of wraps around, and you head forward down a very narrow hallway, and then it opens up to a wider hallway. And you guys would be aware that the third floor is kind of where all of the major faculties are. So this is where there are classrooms and labs that are dedicated to specific studies. And you guys kind of wrap around to the right, taking the hallway. And then it continues about 40 feet before turning to the right again, and you go a short ways, about 20 feet or so, to a door. And Wiggins heads over, puts his crate down, kind of panting, takes out a key and opens up the door and lets you guys in to a kind of octagonal-shaped room that is filled with a couple of desks with various chairs on the chairs at one side of each of them. And you can see various like alchemical contraptions, lembecs, and things like that, as well as several cutting boards with several knives and various instruments that look very similar to what you found, Nietzsche. And you can see a bunch of dried herbs and things across the tables. It says, "All right, almost there." And he goes, and there's two doors, or actually, there's 3 doors in this room, aside from the one that you came in. There's one to the left, which goes out to a balcony that you can see. And on the balcony, you can see that there's a bunch of like planters and things. It appears to be kind of set up as like a growing kind of greenhouse almost area. And then there's a door that is like slightly to your left, but in front of you guys that probably goes to some kind of like an office or closet of some kind. And the Wiggins goes to the right door, opens it up, and you guys see a large, about 20 foot by 30 foot storage room. There's a couple of shelves and things, and you can see a couple of racks in the rafters that are hanging down, and there's a bunch of dried plants that are kind of clinging to the ceiling that have been strung up.
Well, if there's open shelf space, Bloodlust is putting his 2 boxes on one at the appropriate height.
All right. Wiggins comes over and starts cracking them open. If all of you are okay with helping me put all of these things away, I greatly appreciate it.
Certainly.
I suppose.
Immediately take the boxes back down and set them on the floor.
Did he seem to have his box shifting as well as we were walking up the stairs?
Give me a perception check. You didn't notice anything. Yeah, as best you could tell. But you also only really noticed that you and Case seemed to have any trouble with it at all.
Itty bitty baby boys.
Well, can I ask Mr. Professor Man? So, what do you usually keep in here? Is this just a general storage room for everything, or?
No. So this is the botany office, where we deal with a lot of the alchemical ingredients and production of potions and various other things.
Oh yes. I noticed my crate happened to be full of them through a crack in the in the wood after I had my little incident. But yeah, what kind of potions would these be?
All kinds. These ones specifically are to counteract transmutative effects. Professor Edgar, who runs the botany facility, he works pretty closely with a lot of the other professors, just because alchemy tends to have a lot of overlap with the other faculties. So I was just bringing some extra antidotes and things to assist with their own classes.
Oh yes. Gotta watch out for that lycanthropy and stuff. I try and say with a wink and stuff.
Yes, it's quite dangerous, and there's many different strains of it, which makes it very difficult to
all right.
counteract. And he begins to kind of ramble about the effects of lycanthropy again.
Oh no, what have you done?
So
I start to snoop when he's not paying attention.
all right. Yeah, give me an investigation check to snoop.
Meanwhile, Carlo's just watching him, baffled and entertained about how he just does everyday things.
All right. What are you looking for specifically?
Any signs of why the boxes would have shifted, like as people are unpacking their boxes, if there's any commonalities between them?
All right.
Or signs of a creature that was in them?
Can take a look, and it doesn't look like there's any sort of commonality. Like your box had all the different knives and implements. Case had a bunch of potions, and you start digging through, kind of pulling out a bunch of the straw to see if there's maybe something underneath the crates. But as you do, you find that Case's is definitely doesn't have any sort of false bottom. Like there's a big crack in the bottom where it dropped, and you can see right through it. You kind of start pouring through, and everything just looks kind of normal. You check the weights of everything, and there's just a bunch of knives and various other implements for essentially like harvesting the different plants that are outside, as well as for kind of treating them and taking out the important parts for like removing parts of the flowers or roots or whatever. So there's a couple of like pruning shears and other things like that, as well as in your box. But yeah, it just looks pretty normal.
And then I'll just continue helping put stuff away.
All right. Does anybody else do anything, or just start helping put stuff away?
Yeah, I mean, Bloodlust is just going to unpack things and kind of stack them in similar colored, areas, and that's about that.
Is he? When I sent him down the spiral of trying to explain things because it's the only thing he values in his life, is he like staring at me while he's explaining everything, or?
He's kind of like making casual eye contact with you. He's not like locked in conversation with you, but he's just kind of like talking kind of at you while he continues to kind of like help as best he can. He's very small and clearly like pretty like physically weak compared to all of you. So he's just kind of like trying to help her look helpful.
If it helps to create a distraction, Fulmine is absolutely trying to like cheese up this professor and get on his good side, because he wants to continue sleeping through the class, but would also like good grades.
Excellent.
Well,
do we get extra credit for this?
Well, this is technically a part of all of your credit. I asked for help from everyone.
So I guess if he is also paying attention to me, and I'm also kind of buttering him up, I give a knowing glare to whoever might be nearby, and then look at one of the crates, and then like do that over and over again until they get the message of like, maybe you might want to take something.
Who are you doing it at?
Nietzsche looks unsuspicious, the least suspicious of any of us.
You almost said unscrupulous, which he is. I've traveled with him.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of look at Nietzsche, and you can see that he's like very actively already like kind of tearing through some of these chests. And Nietzsche, you see Case giving you these like, "Hey, you should take something," kind of a look.
Hold on a second.
Oh, also, I just want to put my crate like very close to the edge as a piece of petty revenge for making us do this.
Excellent.
Nietzsche looks like he's about to, but then he sees Salvo glaring at him. He's just like, and he just stands up straight and acts all proper instead.
God damn it.
Stern face. Beautiful.
So, Case, you kind of put the crate kind of on a precarious position and go about and then continue to kind of just look busy. And that's when suddenly the crate, nobody's standing around it, and it just falls off, and there's a bunch of shattering sounds as several potions go spilling across the floor.
Nietzsche screams, "Ghosts!" and just points at it.
As Nietzsche screams ghosts, I need everybody to prepare to roll initiative. You watch as several of the implements that you guys had put down suddenly sprout arms and legs.
Oh my god.
And strange, unnatural bodies, and begin to wreak havoc in the room, kicking over alembics, breaking potions, tearing papers.
We should just leave. This is not our problem. We already delivered the packages. Let's just leave.
Oh my god.
Where's
Look
initiative?
at them!
So for initiative, if you go to your character sheet, and if you click on your token on the map, and then on the front page of your character sheet, there should be like a little initiative thing.
Oh, okay.
It is important you have your token selected or it won't work.
If it doesn't work, I can add you manually, but that makes it easier.
Fair.
Are we doing rollsies?
Yeah, you get. So we need Nietzsche and Zabo to do rollies.
So right before this combat starts, Zalbo and Nietzsche look at each other and do rock, paper, scissors.
Just big old face palm and then points it in the cheek.
It's okay, I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, I love these little little cutlery homunculi. They're amazing.
Thank you. I doodled them up just last night. So yeah, there's three of them appear to be these like knives that sprout a single leg, and they begin hopping around menacingly. A couple of them appear to be like mortal and pestle, and like the mortar kind of appears to be like a helmet or a head under this strange like strange body that's almost like a mimic in Dark Souls. It's just very lanky and weird, and it picks up the pestle and is kind of like wielding it like a mallet. But they're still like the size of the normal objects, so these are like tiny little things, but they just have this menacing stone essentially.
Drake, did mine show up? Because I did roll it.
You did, and
Okay.
it is in there.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Just want to make sure, because it looks good on my end, but you never know with these things, so...
So unfortunately, kicking things off, we have the knives as they spring to life. Yeah, so this one kind of on the right kind of hops over these barrels kind of in Nietzsche's direction. And then flings itself, just kind of like bends down the leg, kind of gets very low, and then it launches almost like a frog leaping straight at Nietzsche, blade out.
Ooh.
So 17 hit you?
I don't want it to, so I'm going to cast the first spell.
Fireball.
I cast Shield.
Excellent. You see this thing leap forward at a rapid speed, and you flick your hand up, and a beautiful flower-shaped kind of arcane shield deflects it, and you hear this like clattering of metal as it falls to the ground. These other two, they're also going to kind of move forward. One is going to leap towards Carlo.
Oh no.
And the other is going to leap towards Fulmine. So first, the 16 hit Carlo.
Well. Yes.
Excellent. And so 21 hits Fulmine.
It sure does.
All right, so Carlo, you take 15 points of piercing damage.
Ooh!
Or slashing damage, sorry, as this knife lodges itself at lightning speed into your shoulder. And Fulmine, I mean,
Hell
lucky
yeah.
bastard.
Woo!
This thing launches itself, and you manage to kind of duck out of the way just in time, and it just grazes your cheek, kind of catching the brim of your hat as it sails upward.
Woo! I do have a reaction as it sinks in. I like to think that I reach up and I like grab it with my hand to stop it, which is where a lot of the damage comes from. But then almost instinctively, as it cuts into the palm, there is just a burst and a flash of lightning, and I need it to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
Huh?
13?
Hell no. Let me double check. That might actually save it. Here, I'm just going to cast it. My DC, he just saved, so 4
Just
points of
saves.
lightning.
It's still 4 points of lightning damage. As it hits you, yeah, this spark of lightning goes through its tiny little body, and you see the awful little fleshy leg that it's grown seems to just like fry slightly and begins
It
twitching.
would stab me in the back.
That's the knives, which brings us to the mortars and pestles.
Uh-oh.
Whoa!
Oh, they're like fucking clubs. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got people in range already. This one's gonna run over to Case,
Joystick.
and then they're just gonna do some. They take these little pestles and they just try and smack you guys in the kneecaps.
Oh, fuck.
So this is gonna be we'll go in order. So full mean Callow in that case.
Miss.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
God.
I assume all three of those miss.
I do a little short hop and yeah.
Yeah, you kind of hop away, and as you do, you see that under the crate that tipped over that you had kind of put precariously, a potion bottle is starting to kind of like scramble out from underneath it. And it looks like a terrible little like Waddle Dee. It's just got these two little stubby arms and legs that it comes waddling out with.
Oh.
And that brings us to Nietzsche.
Do I see what the professor is? Did he just like abandon us?
No, he's there. He doesn't have a ton of
I gotcha.
technical capabilities to help in this fight.
All right, I'm gonna draw my katana and I'm going to slash at probably the beaker looking one.
All right, yeah, you see another potion bottle comes tumbling out.
Ooh.
13 does hit on the potion.
Good damage roll, baby.
And then I'm going to bonus action unmarked strike it. I'm going to slash it with my claws.
18 also hits. Yeah, you leave two big chips across the glass, but it does seem that whatever this thing is, it is a little bit more durable than the standard potion bottles.
And then I'm probably going to probably stay where I'm at.
Excellent. And that brings us to Bloodlust.
Okay, so Bloodless is regretting being civilized, you fucking savages. Because I have no armor and no weapons. Which means I'm stepping up here, just a 5-foot step. And this enemy is now my weapon. So presumably athletics to grapple.
Yeah. It's an athletics check to try and grab this thing.
It is allowed athletics or acrobatics, depending how wiggly it feels. For fairness, Bloodlust does not care if he grabs it by the knife or by the handle.
Okay.
He literally has no self-preservation instinct, so...
Yeah. Well, this thing is definitely a bit more wiggly than it is strong. But it's still not wiggly enough. You go and you see this thing harassing Nietzsche, and you go and you kind of pick it up, kind of pinning the weird leg that it's grown, and the handle together, and you just you have a knife now. You can hear this like horrible little like squeaking sound coming from it, even though it has no seeming way to make that noise. But it seems agitated.
Well, I don't have an additional action unless I want to spend resources. I don't, but I am going to stare at this fucking potion bottle with this wiggly, squeaky knife in my hand.
Excellent. You do see like a little bit of condensation appears where like the eye of the potion bottle is.
And that is my turn at this point. I'm going to go ahead and forgo a bonus action.
All right. Flamine.
All right, Flamine is outraged that these things would attack him in unfair combat. Before I commit to this, does anything in that area look super valuable?
I mean, there's like alembics and stuff that are potentially expensive, but
right.
Yeah,
they might be alive. They might be trying to kill us. I think this is justified. He doesn't even bother pulling out the rapier just yet. With one hand still on the knife that grabbed him, and the other one just kind of free. He begins to channel lightning. His eyes light up, and then he is going to clap his hands together, and there is just a wave of thundering energy that bursts out in this cube. And I need all those things to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oof. For the knives, this is get a +1. So 1 saves, 1 fails, and then for the mortar and pestle, these are slightly more durable, so they get a +2. 1 fail and 1 save.
All right. As it claps together, I am also going to burn my Channel Divinity to max this damage. So here we go. I shouldn't have maxed it. That was such good damage already. Oh well, I wouldn't have known. 16 points.
16 points. 16 points. So first, the knife in your hand, just because you're holding it, it can't quite fully get it into the radius. So it takes half damage. Still 8. There's this thundering blast, and all of these objects seem very hurt by that.
Excellent.
Most of them are barely hanging on.
The 2 that failed are also pushed 10 feet back away from me. And then I'll use my item interaction to draw the sword. On guard! Let's do this the fair way.
The knife that was harrowing Carlo gets flung backwards and is like stabbed into this bookcase and is just kind of like stuck there, leg kind of kicking out frantically, like when you pick up a chicken and their legs just kind of flail about.
Yes. That's me then.
All right. Carlo.
All right. Carlo's incensed by these things. They think that hurt a lot. That was 15 damage. Anyway,
that really hurt.
Yeah, that really hurt. Alright, so he'll grab his staff and then he's just gonna pull a swing and smack this thing off the counter as hard as he can. Let's get it with a staff. Nah.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
Yeah, you see, as you come to bring the staff down, the body just kind of like shrinks down and it like hides under the upturned mortar, and you just hit the top of it. It's just like wood hitting stone. It just seems to do nothing.
Okay. That's Carlo.
All right.
Oh no.
That brings us to Case.
Okay, Case will try and seeing the potion starting to crawl up, say go ahead and say like, oh no you don't, and like dive for it and try to like grab it by the like neck of the bottle.
Okay.
Fucking chug him. Do it.
Give me an athletics check.
Crawling in its tin.
Oh.
Woo!
Ooh, proud of you.
Yeah, the potion bottles don't seem particularly dexterous or strong. And it tries to like waddle out of your grasp away from you as you reach down, but you just pick it up very easily.
I would love to pour this fucker on the mortar and pestle, but I'm not sure if I can do that with my turn. So,
Huh.
Are you gonna? Would you allow it?
You know what? I'll allow it in this instance.
Yes.
Yeah.
I pour its contents onto the mortar and pestle next to me.
All right. I need you to roll a d4.
Okay.
I'm going to be right back, my friends. Should take me 20 seconds.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck! What's the shortcut again?
/R space d4.
Oh.
Excellent. So as the liquid begins to pour out, it turns this like kind of yellowy color. But as you're pouring it onto this mortar, the mortar kind of like ducks down. It doesn't seem affected by it, but as you're pouring it, more and more liquid seems to just constantly be filling up this bottle.
Was that just my action, or do I still have my bonus action?
You have a bonus action.
All right. I might just turn the Nietzsche and Carlo and Bloodlust are at least 30 feet away from me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I might just turn to Nietzsche and like give a knowing glare, like, don't do what I'm doing, and that'll be how I use my health action for.
Hey. Nice.
Oh yeah, because you're mastermind.
Yeah.
Cool. So Nietzsche, you have a help.
Ooh.
And unfortunately, we rolled in a way that just gives a side initiative, which is not super interesting, but that's okay.
All right.
Welcome back. Just in time, as okay, so Zabo, this potion that you're glaring at looks very frightened of you. And you see it begin to tremble, and as it shakes, the liquid inside of it begins to kind of shift and turn. The rainbow colors begin to mix and blend, eventually becoming a solid color. As it shakes and trembles, it suddenly, all the colors kind of turn this kind of or bluish color, and then mist erupts out of the top of this potion bottle, and I need Nietzsche and Zabo to both make Constitution saving throws.
I'm not good at those.
Oh no!
Ooh, no, I did not do well either, and I am good at that.
Yeah. As it. Oh, sorry. Before that happens, though, actually, because it has to do this first, it does attempt to punch you, Zabo.
It is probably going to have a very good time doing that.
Nope, sure isn't.
Oh goodness, no, it is not. Okay, I feel better.
Yeah. So it, again, this thing is like the size of a potion bottle, and it's just got these stumpy little Kirby arms, and it just kind of swings one of them in your direction, but it's got so little range that it just totally whiffs. And then it trembles and shakes, and this mist erupts. And unfortunately, this spray kind of hits both of you in the eyes, and both of you are blinded until the end of your next turn.
Ooh, okay.
As you guys are blinded, this thing hops off of the kind of potion rack that it's on, and comes down to here and begins just stomping on the different plants and materials that are here. Similarly, this one that you have, Case, is going to try and just punch you in the wrist.
Oh, God.
Ow.
Ow!
Hey.
So it does 2 points of bludgeoning damage as it just hits you right in the, just like right in the side of the wrist. And just kind of like hits an awful pressure point and kind of bruises the bone a little bit. You're just like, fuck you. It begins to tremble and shake as well, and it sprays a massive, or sprays a kind of yellowish mist in a radius around it, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Goddamn piss bottle.
Piss minister.
You do manage to resist the effects, though.
No pee today.
So you're completely unharmed. And at the top of the round, you can see that these creatures are just kind of like wreaking havoc, and several more of the papers and the various other materials in the office are just destroyed and damaged. And that brings us to the knives. The one that Zabo is grappling is going to try and swing itself.
It is welcome to try.
Yeah, I'm going to say that even though it's... the grapple technically doesn't give it disadvantage, I'm going to say that this thing is so small that you're functionally restraining it. Because it's a knife. However, you are blind, so it's going to cancel out. It's just going to get a straight roll.
Okay, athletics? Or just
It's actually it's just going to try and like swing itself in a way that it kind of like cuts your arm.
Oh, okay.
But not going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can feel the leg is trying to like push itself and just like push itself against your hand in a way that it is able to kind of like swing itself slightly in your direction. But it just does not have the strength to overpower you.
I've just got one wiggly hand right now.
Yeah. Then the other one is going to go and make a swing at full mean. Which I believe a 24 hits.
Ow.
Fucking like epic sword fight with conscious cutlery over there.
Mm-hmm.
Does 6 damage, same it did on the crit.
Let me double check. I think I can... Hell yeah, I need another dex save. I got 3 of these motherfuckers.
Excellent.
You have... Oh, no. Will you not learn your lesson?
No.
Good damage, at least. So, 12 or 6 points.
It looks very hurt.
Excellent.
You do notice, though, that when these things don't, like, lunge for you, they don't have quite as much force behind them.
That's good to know.
They do definitely need to get a bit of a running leap first. Unfortunately, Carlo, this one does manage to finally free itself from the wall, press its leg up against said wall, and then launch itself in your direction.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
The 24? Is that the roll?
Yeah, I got another 24.
Yeah.
Nietzsche, they're having a much worse time than we are.
You take
blind, I can't hear
13
you.
points
Oh.
of slashing damage as this knife again cuts into you
Oh, no.
very forcibly.
Okay. This is bad.
No.
Welcome to Adventurers College.
This is just how it goes.
This one is actually going to run away from you, Carlo. So if you want to take an attack of opportunity, you may.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to smash the hell out of it. Let's go. All right. So after that, he's gonna clutch his side, and he's just gonna go and swing again at it. So here we go for an attack.
Unfortunately, an 11 misses on these guys.
Uh-huh. Okay. He swings and he misses again.
Oh no. Carlo is not doing so hot in this first combat.
Yeah.
5 hit points.
Just the anger curse. Just get the shit credits out of you and fall over immediately.
Both of the mortar and pestles are going to run under the table at full mean, and they're going to just try and smack your ankles. And basically just going to try and drop you that way. $15 to hit. Full mean.
15. Sorry, I'm just checking. It just misses, even without a shield.
Damn it. Okay, you see these two little gremlins coming up underneath and trying to smack your toes with those stone clubs.
Now it is a fair fight.
This one, however, is going to jump up at Case, and he's going to try and free his potion friend. He's going to attempt a athletics check to free this potion. Alright, so Case, I need a athletics check to hold on to this potion. You need to beat an 11.
Oh.
Excellent. You see this pestle comes up and leaps onto your arm and begins like grabbing your thumb and your fingers and just like pulls and pulls with unexpected strength. And they manage to loosen your grip just enough that the potion drops and begins to waddle.
Does he still have the bless from Valine? And
It was 1 minute, so unless it's been less than a minute since the staircase, it should be gone.
oh, I don't think so. We were talking a lot. Never mind.
Yeah, you guys were putting stuff away for a bit, so. But that brings us to Nietzsche.
Well, this doesn't look so good.
Well, I've got the knife, so don't worry about the knife.
I guess
You are
we'll-
blind, but you can hear the chaos that is.
Yeah, and I know I still have an advantage on my first attack,
Well,
Yeah.
which cancels out.
I was about to say, that potion bottle is stomping around, isn't he?
Yeah, he's making a lot of noise.
Did it look like when I hit it before that I did a lot of damage to it, or
You definitely did damage to it. Like, it did seem to be resistant in any way or anything like that.
okay? I guess I'll just do 2 more attacks then. I'm going to assume an 11 misses,
11 just hits on the potion bottle.
and then an unarmed attack with disadvantage.
7 unfortunately misses. As this thing, you hear the cracking of glass as your katana hits it. And you try and aim for the same place, but it's kind of scampered out of the way by that point.
All right, and now I'm no longer blind.
Yep, can see again. That brings us to Bloodlust.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and presume that young Master Nishi is stronger than a fragile glass bottle. If he is not, then there is no sense in protecting him.
I got this. You're fine.
So we're going to go ahead and bumble around the table. Goodness gravy. So you all see a knoll that used to be white and is now light blue, just kind of staggering, coughing out of there. And he's holding one of the homunculi in his hand. I would prefer to make a perception check to see if I even have any idea where I'm going to attack, rather than take an action knowing things I don't know.
Sure, give me a perception check.
Ooh!
You have fairly keen hearing, but currently there is just so much clutter and like chaos that it's hard to fully pinpoint the exact location of these things. Like, it's just a lot of kind of like the reverberating sound of glass and metal hitting things.
Okay, I guess my follow-up question would be, are these wood floors?
They are.
I am going to put all of my strength into stabbing this knife into the floor so it can't get out.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Okay, give me a athletics check. This is just going to be raw power. See if you can plunge it in.
God, I'm not rolling well today. But that's okay. It's fun.
Give me just a flat d20. Okay. You plunge this thing in. Unfortunately, you don't hit it in a place where it's like where the wood is kind of weaker and you can fully stab it through. But you do feel it sink in a decent amount. Like, you've definitely left some damage to the floor. And also, as you kind of release it, you can hear this thing kind of like scratching and kicking. But it doesn't seem to be getting a ton of purchase currently. You think it'll have some trouble getting out of there.
Okay, and that is the end of my turn, which clears the blindness.
Yep.
So I've gone ahead and taken the status off, and I am done for the turn.
Perfect. Full mean.
You'll have to excuse me. I believe I'm needed elsewhere. He's going to clap his hands together again and throw another thunder wave at these three things in front of him, trying to push them away from himself. Careful not to send them flinging into Carlo.
Okay.
Please no.
Yeah, kind of pointed down to the rightwards direction.
You just shrapnel blast Carlo and finish the job.
My God, why would I ever max this damage? I'm just going to roll so well anyway.
Right? Like,
Holy shit!
Why bother? All right. Well,
You're having an actual fight with this.
It's okay. I'm coming to help. Yeah, this is the luckiest I've been in combat in a long time. I'll take it. Ah.
okay. Only one of them can survive this, and it did. You do see as you cast this blast of thundering force. The knife, because it's so small, it just gets sent launching and plunges into the wall. Actually, this one technically did survive.
Oh no!
Okay. How? Okay, it doesn't. The knife is just kind of like disintegrated. It happened so quickly that it just it gets launched, stuck into the wall, and you see it go limp. The weird like tendrily leg that it's sprouted just kind of sloughs off and disappears.
Really?
The pestle under the floor, however, or on the floor, gets launched backwards, and you watch as the body kind of shrivels up and turns to ash, and out of the pestle, for a brief moment, you do catch the sight of what looks like the thing that is in almost every Ghibli movie, the little like coal demons that are just like little pom-poms with eyes.
I love those.
It seems to float out of this object and then is also hit by the blast and just gets scattered into ash.
Excellent. Alright, well, I hate to abandon my new friend here, but I am needed down south, so it's going to get an opportunity attack as I head this way. Actually, I'm going to use my Tabaxi Dash and go the long way around here, because Bloodlust looks like he can probably handle himself a little better.
Okay, perfect.
16 does just hit because I have not had time to put my shield on. 7 points.
7 points of bludgeoning damage as it clips you right in the, like, Achilles.
Ooh. Gross. God, I'm so tempted to just zap that thing to death right where it stands, but I need to save my reaction. So that's my turn.
Alright, that brings us to Carlo.
Okay, after the second hit, he grits his teeth, and he's starting to get into it now. He's going to use second wind.
Yes.
Get some of
Good
his
call.
strength back.
Good roll. Good roll. Oh, add 1 to
Hell
that
yeah.
as well, because you have a fighter level.
Add a what to that?
Add 1 to that, so it's 10 total.
1d10 plus at fighter level. Oh yeah, I'll fix that.
I'll show you how to do it.
10 points. Alright, cool. That'll bring that to 15 again. Alright. And then he's going to... I can fight with 2 weapons, right? I could tear these things apart with 2 weapons.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm doing. So, Carlo went, like, crouched down a bit after that last hit, and he's looking real serious now. He's gonna pull both daggers out from his boots, and he's just gonna start trying to pin this thing down, like, stabbing at it.
Hell yeah. Knife versus knife.
Knife.
Fighting the knife.
Alright, let's get that going. Dagger. Woo, I finally hit
Ooh.
something.
Yeah, you do hit.
Ooh.
Yeah, both of those hit, and with that, you are able to cleave this thing kind of right at the, I guess, the kind of chicken knee that it's got.
Ugh. He's gonna turn around and look at the one on the counter that Fulton just left with 2 blades in hand and blood all over his chest, and he's looking like a psycho.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
There's this brief moment where the first strike, you kind of clip it on the edge of the blade, and you definitely nick it, but you don't quite do enough to finish it off. And then you pull the other dagger and slice it at the knee. And similar to the last previous, this little, like, puffball kind of seems to float out of the object, and with the follow through, you are able to carry the damage up and slice through this thing, disintegrating it.
Yeah.
Just had enough damage to kill that.
Oh, thank goodness. Alright, that's Carlo.
All right, that brings us to Case.
All right. I guess am I flanking the with the position of Bloodlust and Fulmine? Am I flanking some of the other creatures nearby?
So we're not using the flanking rules because it gets out of hand, but you do have sneak attack if you need.
All right. I just kind of turn to Fulmine and say, you know, with a little bit of training, maybe these glass bottles could keep good pets. Those fuckers, however.
I could certainly use some in the kitchen with olive oil instead of whatever that is.
So if I'm correct, the mortar and pestle like hopped on me. Is it still like climbing on me, or is it just like...
It's like in your it's looking at you. It's not. It kind of like leapt off of you after it freed the potion bottle.
Yeah, I leap on the table and just like stab it like a psycho.
Excellent.
Oh fuck! What do I roll for attacks?
Under weapons is where your weapon attack should be. And if you don't have any plugged in, let me know.
I have some.
Okay, cool.
Probably just... Yeah, he pulls out some scissors and tries fucking stabbing.
Woo!
Oh. You were going after the mortar or the potion?
The mortar.
All right. Unfortunately, 13 misses the mortars as it
No.
similarly it kind of crouches down under this this like hat that it's essentially got. They seem fairly sturdy.
Okay. Bonus action help full mean by maybe like pushing the mortar towards a like position where he has like a better vantage point to
Excellent.
like slam down on it or something.
Yeah. As you drag the scissors down onto this thing, it crouches down, but you're able to kind of wedge them underneath and flip it up on to kind of upside down for full mean. So it's the mortar is now like right side up, which causes the body to just kind of be sticking upside down, kind of
His
flailing
legs
its
are, like-
limbs around,
Perfect.
kind of like a turtle.
Okay. That's my turn.
All right. That brings us to the potion bottles. This one is going to come over and try and punch Nietzsche in the kneecap.
The new cheek cap.
Oh,
I assume 10 misses.
It does. I nimbly just dodge out of the way. I just pick up my leg.
And then it's gonna. It's actually going to run away from you. If you want to take an attack of opportunity, you may. But it comes running around these shelves and starts just wreaking havoc in the corner.
Damn it! I am rolling so bad.
Oh,
Yeah, it's very low and it's hard to kind of like swing on it because you kind of have to like golf club swing to get this thing, and it manages to leap over with surprising dexterity for this kind of like fat, bubbling little potion bottle. The other one, however, is going to attempt to punch Case,
I held you.
missing, and then you see it begins to tremble and shake as the liquids inside it begin to change. And I need Case, Zabo, and Full Mean to all make Constitution saving throws.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Case! I'm proud of you. For me, less so, but
Well, fortunately, 12 was the DC. So again, this the liquid kind of changes to this blue color and it sprays out. Zabo, you're ready for it this time and raise a hand to protect your eyes. Case and Full Mean, you're both able to resist the effects. And seeing that it has not accomplished anything, this thing makes a horrible little squeak in some language. Is gonna run. So the three of you can take attacks of opportunity if you wish, but it runs and tries to hide under this table.
oh jeez.
I will hold my reaction.
Oh, is that what you hear? A loud,
that-
resonating glass, like this echo of metal on glass.
I don't have a weapon.
Oh, that's right. You just
This is
Just your
literally
fist?
yeah. This is
Yeah.
just me swinging. I just did a
yeah, unarmed.
improvised. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, actually, no. It the default rolled just my strength score, so I think I should have
+1, I think, right?
yeah.
Should be like one.
+1. Yeah, so 5 damage. So
Oh, excellent. Case, if you want to take an attack of opportunity, you may. Otherwise, save your reaction.
Yeah, I'll do that. With
18 hits, and you do get sneak attack on that.
A trained rogue stabs a thing that isn't watching it for the same amount of damage as just an angry blue gnoll.
Okay.
We're not having a good day. Let's just put it that way.
It's been a rough fight for a couple of you. Nietzsche's fine.
My wrist's gonna be sore, but I'll be fine.
I have a bodyguard, so
There's some clinking of glass as you guys strike at this thing. That brings us to the last remaining knife, who is unfortunately just kind of stuck in the floor. It's going to try and free itself. It's a DC 14. It has disadvantage.
Good luck, little guy.
But it's going to try and wiggle itself free. Yeah, you hear this like kicking as at one point one of the kind of talons does catch the wood just for the briefest moment, but it's not enough to get purchase and free itself. That's its turn. These guys. This one is going to leap back up onto this table. And it just kind of begins just kicking shit off of this table.
Just throwing a little tantrum.
This one, however, is going to go after you, Full Mean. Uh, 17 to hit?
No! That's because I don't have my shield that does hit. These things are rolling crazy well on... Oh, okay, at least not for damage.
Yeah. They're very small, fortunately, so they don't do a whole lot. But, you know, death by cuts.
Seeing that he's gone for me instead of for Case, I will go ahead and use my reaction. He needs a dexterity saving throw.
Oh. These aren't the dexterous ones.
Oh, thank God. I love to hear that. Oh, no!
He's good.
Oh, no!
4 points of lightning damage.
Once again, this thing just kind of turtles, and the kind of stone mortar does act as a bit of like insulation against the lightning. But that's it for them, which brings us to Nietzsche.
cool. I'm gonna walk over here. I'm gonna hand my katana to Bloodlust.
Hey, there we go.
Then I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna make some hand signs, and then I'm going to let out this ear-splitting screech. Actually, I think here, and I'm going to do a spell.
Oh, are you doing my spell?
I did. I renamed it, but yes, it's your spell.
Yay!
Ooh.
Oh!
They need to make
Oh.
Constitution saving throws.
Alrighty. Well,
I also need to fix that spacing. And then the one that failed is staggered and deafened. What does staggered to do?
staggered is a new fancy condition that I added. Its movement speed is halved, it can't take the dash action, and it has disadvantage on strength saving throws and ability checks to resist being shoved or knocked prone. However, it is not staggered because it's just dead.
Yeah.
The great condition.
So yeah, you let out this ear-piercing screech, and it's so loud that you hear afterwards or you can see afterwards that the potion bottle has cracked pretty significantly, kind of like up along the base, up towards the neck.
Cool. And I I don't think I have anything I can do as a bonus action, so I'm just gonna probably step right. Actually, I'll probably step. I'll just stay where I'm at, and I'll just end my turn.
Excellent. That brings us to Bloodlust.
It does. So a katana is versatile,
Short sword.
right?
It's a short sword, whatever that is. Or just flavoring. It's like a D6 one-handed.
Well, in some cases, I'm seeing some where it's 1d8 versatile. So
I just flavored a short sword as a katana. I didn't.
Oh, okay. No. I'm like, if it's a flavored short sword, then we're doing that.
I'm a small boy. I can't handle a long sword.
You're tiny. Oh god, fucking one-handed swords.
I need two hands.
Listen, it's basically a fucking knife. Okay.
For you.
It is actually like kind of just a knife for you.
Oh god.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
I can't even use this. So I'm just gonna kind of walk up to the table and try and stab this thing. Just like thunk.
Yeah, like Nietzsche calls it a katana, but it's more of a tanto.
Okay, that makes more sense. So that is.
Also, I think you can use strength for it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, finesse lets you use either one.
$22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. Is this on the pestle?
It is, yes.
Okay.
For 9 damage.
Yeah, you bring the sword down and you manage to cut one of this thing's awful little limbs clean off. One of the hands goes flying off and turns to ash. It is still up, but it looks pretty fucked up.
And that is my turn. I'm mad about my selection of weapons, which are too fucking tiny.
I'm sorry, I can't carry your giant swords around for you.
You do see that there's several perfectly good tables that you could use.
Tavern brawler.
Here's the thing: if I hadn't gotten a sword, I was going to pick up a chair and just fucking smash something.
Yeah.
But I was handed a tiny itty bitty baby man sword, so I had to use it.
Imagine the power move if you just threw it away and did that instead.
But here's the thing, though: is I'm kind. I'm thoughtful.
Meanwhile, I mean wrecking everything he can with thunder waves.
Right, just blasting everything, just kind of helping what these things are trying to do.
Oh yeah,
Exploding this office.
Camlan's on the floor dying.
Poor Bloodlust is 7 shades of blue at this point because he's been covered by potion bottles.
Oh, I thought it was because he's bloodless.
Fulmine, you are up and you have help.
I do. I'm going to take advantage of that. While this thing is kind of flipped at an awkward angle, I'm going to stab. Oh!
Whoa.
Oh!
Crit!
Yeah, you plunge your rapier straight through this thing, and as you sever straight through this thing's chest, kind of pulling out of it on the tip of the rapier is, again, one of these little, little coal demon things, and it scatters to ash as it is pierced by your rapier.
I like to think I pull back and it's kind of skewered on there like a marshmallow, and I just bat it against the table a few times until it disappears.
Yeah.
Can I use reaction to identify whatever that is?
Sure. You could give me an Arcana check, or probably just an Arcana check. Religion would also work, actually.
That's a really good Arcana check, though.
I figured that I was the brainy boy, so I took Arcana for everyone.
Oh, that takes a reaction. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, that is a fantastic Arcana check. Nietzsche, you are aware that these are Tsukumogami, which I'm going to spell because I can never pronounce it.
Ghosts.
They're essentially like lower ranked fiendish spirits. They're very weak on their own. Basically, essentially, like can't exist on their own. So what they do is they possess objects, but specifically they try to possess objects that have that are very old and have a lot of like built up sentimental value and meaning to people.
Oh,
Because like the stronger the bond there is, the stronger they are while possessing this object. It's very weird for them to possess just mundane objects like this, especially things that seem fairly new. And yeah, once they've been kind of exorcised from the object, either by destroying the object or otherwise, you're aware that they're very weak. That's kind of why any carryover damage almost instantly is enough to kill them.
do I know of any way to like remove one safely?
Without killing it?
Yeah.
You could try and just like, now that you're aware of what this thing is, you could try and just like do enough damage just to the object to let this thing, to release the spirit form of this thing.
Gotcha.
You would also be aware that in their spirit form, they are essentially harmless. Like, they literally can't attack you generally. Like, the only thing that they could do is try and inhabit other things. But they aren't strong enough to actually, like, possess anything that has a will of its own.
Gotcha. Cool.
All right. After I kill this thing, I'm going to look over to Case. Thank you, friend. I'm going to wheel around over to this side and to here. Actually, nope. I should stay here for my thing. That's me.
Excellent. That brings us to Carlo.
Okay, he's gonna go and move over here and get a nice good look at this guy on the table.
Is the potion bottle under or on top of the table?
Yeah,
Under.
where is he? Under.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Thought so.
That line of sight of him. Can I see him? Or is he hidden?
Yeah, you can see him now. Like, the tables aren't super low, and these things aren't also it's not trying to hide. It ran under there to try and get some cover.
Okay, so Carlo is going to he steps over to the side. He's gonna go and grab the edge of the chair. He's got this like this smile that you can't tell if it just really freaking hurts or if he's really smiling. He's gonna pull the chair back, like, "You hiding from me?" And he's gonna do Eldritch Blast, this big thump underneath the desk. Let's
Excellent.
go. Cast. Well, that's a lot of info on that.
Yeah. 18 is plenty to hit this thing. Or 2 points of force damage.
Okay. I think that's all. I think that's all. Alright, yeah, that's the third.
Excellent. That brings us to Case.
All right. It's just the potion bottles and that knife left, right?
Seems to be.
Okay.
At least in this room.
I will, I guess, say no problem to Fumian, and just say, let me handle this one, and move over to this last little buddy who I tried desperately to keep, and stab it, like I've been, yeah. Ooh.
10 just misses.
I'm very bad at this, apparently. Fuck.
Are you using scissors as a weapon?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I love. Is it like a whole
Love
pair
it.
of scissors, or is it like a full kill a kill where it's just like one scissor blade?
I had canon it that it's a pair of double daggers, and if I want to use it as double daggers, I just take the scissors apart.
Nice.
I love it.
Okay.
I'm here for that. Yeah.
And okay.
You can do an offhand attack, right?
well-
Correct. If you want to use your bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah, you
well,
can use the other. You can use your other scissor blade.
But I've been friendly so far, so I can just let Nietzsche handle this one by just saying that I stabbed the table in front of the potion to like frighten it, and then help Nietzsche with whatever he wants to do against it if he wants to do anything.
Cool. Yeah, you bring the dagger down and stab very close to this thing, and it causes it to kind of stumble back, looking very startled. A bit of condensation forms at the corners of its eyes, and it stumbles just out from underneath the table enough to give Nietzsche the perfect opportunity. That brings us to the potions. This one, having wreaked a lot of havoc, is going to come running up behind Fulmine and try and punch you in the Achilles.
Everything here wants to sucker punch me from behind.
No honor.
No honor. Oh my god. I might.
Oh my god.
I might drop.
Critical hit.
Yeah.
This little fat boy
The
is
best, the best thing about this thing is that it has -1 to its damage rolls.
Oh,
my
boy.
gosh.
Oh no!
There's
mean it
still a
no
reasonable
damage?
chance that I drop here. Okay, thank God.
Yeah, you see this thing like come running out. The liquid in it is the liquid in these potion bottles is all kind of like scintillating and constantly shifting. But as it comes running out to you towards you, Fulmine, it's bright red, and this thing just looks real angry, and it hammers you in the Achilles, and you kind of
Ow!
drop to a knee because it's just really stings. It doesn't seem like it would have been fatal, but it really hurts. And then you see this thing kind of shake and quiver, and it releases a gas.
Oh God! Here it is. This will do it.
Jesus.
Come on! There's
It's
so
the
much
blue
more
one
interesting
again.
ones. All right, I need Nietzsche, Case, Fulmine, and Zabo all to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh, I won that one.
Wow.
And I still did better than Case. Get the fuck out of here.
We just need one from Nietzsche. Okay.
I
Case-
realized I had marked my proficiencies for any of my saving throws, so I was like, hold on, what am I doing?
No problem. Case and Zabo, you are both blinded as again this awful blue gas fills the area around you. Blinds the both of you for until the end of your next turn. And then this one is actually in the perfect location as it's kind of gets scared, and it almost just like basically just farts as as Case kind of startles it. Gas billows out. Though before that, it does have to punch Case in the arm.
As an obligation.
One must
14?
naturally,
That
yes.
hits.
Excellent. So you take 0 damage.
Oh shit! Well, never mind. I don't have to do that anymore.
All right.
It has to deal damage.
I just like
I mean,
wipe my do the hand shake off thing. Like
Yeah,
it's a little cute.
it does. However, as it does hit you, it doesn't do damage, but it does activate its Scamper ability, which means that you can't take attacks of opportunity on it this turn. But before it does kind of run away from you, it does kind of poof this awful cloud.
Shit! I think this hits all of
Damn it.
us.
Okay, I'm
I
making an
can't-
executive decision, and I'm going to re-roll this one because also re-rolling that one because that's more. I'm just gonna choose. I'm just gonna choose one because it's more interesting this way.
All right.
I need all 5 of you to make dexterity saving throws.
I'm not so good at those ones.
I'm not proficient in that.
I haven't done so well at my con saves either. However,
30 backflips. Okay.
4.
Actually, this is one of the only ones that is also affected by the that will affect the knife.
Does this include me too?
It does.
Hello. Okay.
thank God the knife is stuck in the ground.
Ooh.
Oh, Carlos activated.
Very nice. Very
That's a
nice.
saving throw, though. Wait a second.
It's the same roll.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, it would be the same roll.
You're good.
Spoiler alert: these things don't have DC 20 saves.
Thank God.
However, damn it, almost everybody succeeds except for Zawo. So as you are blinded, you can't quite get out of the way of this. As this time, it doesn't really make a mist, but it begins to like erupt like a really shitty volcano, and little spurts of this greenish liquid come flying out, and they stick to all of the objects and surfaces and people in the area. Almost all of you are able to avoid it. Unfortunately, the knife also avoids it. But Zabo, you get hit by this stuff, and there's this weird moment where you just suddenly kind of feel weightless, and you begin to rise up into the air about 10 feet.
Uh-oh.
And you are just kind of suspended there, floating about 10 feet in the air.
Oh dear.
You are functionally under the effects of like a levitate spell until the end of your next turn. However, this also begins to affect all of the objects in that radius, which means that this table, the chairs, all of the like alembics and glass that is kind of floating around, all of the other materials that you guys just spent a bunch of time like organizing and putting away, all begin to float. And you think that they were probably going to drop and break very shortly.
Uh-oh. I was trying to catch some.
And then this thing is just going to run because it managed to punch Case, so it's just going to run over here. And that brings us to the knife, who is going to just try and kick himself free again. No, it's still just wedged right in there. All the mortar and pestle are dead, amazingly. And that brings us to Nietzsche.
And I have advantage on my first attack against him. Does he have cover from me?
Yeah, you have advantage on this one that kind of ran away. If you get up next to him, he doesn't have cover.
How close would I need to get to him? I obviously... Oh, wait. I have a tabaxi! Oh, my God.
Like
This is the
if
most
you're making
beautiful
a-
thing in my life.
Welcome
I
to never
tabaxi dash
going
all
back.
the way up to him.
You'll never
Ah.
go back. It's all over now.
And now I'm going to... I'm going to, like... I do like actually, before I do that, I do a little cat butt wiggle. And then I just, like, start just bounding down there, and I dive, and I just go with both claws at him.
Excellent.
Once you go to backsy, you never go backsy.
Never ever.
Mm.
Wow.
12 hits.
Oh, cool.
Wow,
And then
that's
the
a big old
Nice.
hit, too. Christ.
and
Yeah.
then my next unarmed attack.
+5. Oh, yo.
Yeah, a bunch of big cracks begin to go up the surface. These potion bottles, they're easy to hit, and they have a lot of hit points, but you guys are making quick work of them. They're looking pretty bad.
And then I'm going to just... wait, I have so much movement. I can go anywhere I want. I'm just going to go to this side, I guess, just so that I'm, like, not in the way of other people.
Okay. And kind of like just blocking it so it can't keep running.
Yeah, and then maybe stand on the chair so that it can't hit me as easily.
Okay. You just like when there's a rat in the room, you gotta get onto a high
Yeah.
surface.
Yeah, you know when a cat, like something's hiding underneath the table and it's just like waiting nearby, just
Yep.
ready to pounce. That's me.
All right. Perfect.
Actually, you know what? I'll just be on top of the table.
Okay, you're just like right on top of it, and it's underneath you. That brings us to Zabo. You are currently floating, kind of weightless. You have no sense of gravity, and you're blind, so it's probably pretty disorienting.
Almost entirely disorienting, and I do apologize if I kill Full Mean, but I am grabbing the nearest chair and fucking hurling it at the last notification of this potion bottle. How fucking dare it?
Excellent. You kind of reach down, and you have to kind of like really kind of flail around, but you eventually do kind of feel the tip of one of these chairs. Fortunately, you're strong as hell, so lifting it up is no problem, and you can chuck it towards this potion bottle. Fortunately, it is quite angry, and it did make a lot of noise as it's kind of just screaming in rage at Full Mean. And it also did punch Full Mean in the Achilles, causing him to kind of buckle a little. So you do have a mostly clear shot, in spite of the fact that you're blind.
Well, clear shot, not clear shot.
Yeah.
Should I just make a regular strength check for that?
Yeah, just give me a regular attack roll with your strength.
Ooh, that did not go well. Presumably at disadvantage because I'm blind, so the 8 goes.
Fortunately, it wasn't a 1, so you don't like clock Full Mean. But you do hear you throw this chair. Actually, the chairs would have been floating too, so grabbing one was really easy, and you huck it at the wall, and it shatters just above the potion bottle, kind of raining splintered wood around it.
And other than that, I'm gonna wipe my eyes, which my blind clears at the end of this. Does the float clear at the end of my turn as well?
Yeah, as you begin to kind of like you wipe your eyes clear, and then you suddenly it's like immediate, like snap of the fingers as you stop being floating and you just drop. You manage to kind of catch yourself and right yourself. It wasn't like you weren't super high up, so you don't take any damage from the fall, but it is like a little jostling as you're suddenly back in grounded.
Yeah. And that's my turn. Well, actually, no, it is not, because I'm. End of my turn is when they clear. So yes, I'm still in the same spot. Never mind.
Yeah, fortunately. If you wanted to try and move, there were other like floating objects around you, and you could try to use those to try and like move your way a little bit.
I don't think I would, though, honestly. Center of the room is a good place to be, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and stay where I'm at.
Cool.
Because then I can keep an eye on my knife.
Good call. Alright, that brings us to Full Mean.
Alright, that knife looks like it's not doing anything interesting for a while, so let's try to take out this potion. I will turn around and slam through.
This uncouth swine. How dare he?
Yeah, no, this is the traitorous, lecherous, terrible creature that tried to kick me from behind. It must die.
Yeah, with ease, you turn around and you plunge the rapier into this thing. And there's this kind of crack that kind of spider webs out from where you pierced it. It doesn't go all the way through, but I definitely did some damage.
Alright. No bonus action this turn, that's me.
Alright, Carlo.
Okay. Let's see. Alright, so Carlo is going to... He's going to try to use Eldritch Blast with a force pointed at that knife in front of Full Mean.
Excellent.
Oh. Oh no, where are my spells?
Does young Carlo have advantage for the knife not being able to move?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just flailing around. It is mechanically it's prone. It's like prone and pseudo grappled.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 hits.
Okay. Then with that, he's going to. You said everything dropped that was floating around?
It's going to very shortly.
Okay.
Currently, only Zabo has managed to kind of right themselves, but you can see the all the various objects and glassware and stuff like that is all kind of like precariously floating.
Okay. Can I? Is it possible to try to prepare myself to catch whatever looks the most valuable?
Yeah, I would say that you could run under something that is kind of probably like a set of
Okay.
Alembics and try and like ready yourself to kind of catch them when they release.
That looks expensive.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, this one is busted up because of the many Thunderwaves. There's a couple of potions and things over here,
Yes.
and some books that look reasonably valuable.
Okay. Whatever looks like it's going to shatter, Carlo's trying to get his hands ready to catch them.
All right, perfect.
Okay, that's his turn.
And that brings us to Case.
Okay. Case will casually saunter up, put on a hand on Foaming's shoulder, and go, I think you've just earned some rest, friend. I've got this. And walk up and punt this fucker like a soccer ball.
Hell yeah.
Well, I guess unarmed strike, right?
Are you trying to like kick it into this room, or are you just kicking it for the sake of doing damage?
Kicking it like into this room against the wall so it splatters or somewhere maybe. Hopefully.
Okay, I'll say just make a straight athletics check contested by this thing's athletics.
Gotcha.
Spoiler alert: its athletics is not great.
Neither is mine.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no!
This angry
Carly.
little potion bottle, it continues to like burn this reddish potion in it, and it sees you come up to it, and it just digs both of its feet into the wood, lifts up its little Kirby arms, and you, as your foot comes back, you kick into it, and it catches your toe, and it's just like stubbing your toe onto like a chair or something, and you feel this like just it doesn't do damage to you, but you do feel this just like shockwave of pain like shoot up your leg. You're just like, oh fuck.
Batter's foot. Okay. I hop on one leg, grabbing my injured toe and swearing wildly. Just tell Foamy, never fucking mind. You do it. and that's my way of helping him that turn.
Excellent. All right, that brings us to the potions. These delightful little boys.
These
glaring
wee
over the
bastards,
This-
though.
This guy in particular, he's feeling real like pumped up at this point. He's got that crit on full mean. He just like tanked a full kick to the face. And he's gonna take advantage of that. He's just gonna run up to Case as you're hopping around on one foot and just like try and clip you in the in your other ankle.
Yeah,
I think a 13 misses.
13 is my DC.
Oh, is it? Excellent.
I mean, yeah, AC. Yeah, whatever.
Just 3 points of damage to you.
Ooh.
Does no points of damage. I catch
Oh,
you with
damn
the
it.
rapier. Hey, pick on someone that's not your own size.
You hear this this awful, frustrated little like. It's like when a kettle boils, like it can only kind of make sound by like pushing steam out of the top of itself, and it just makes this fuming kettle sound as it eventually kind of bubbles and sprays potion into the air. All right, I need Case, Fulmine, and Zabo ultimate Constitution saves.
Oh, thank God. I made a good one.
Oh no!
Full mean, you, Case and Zabo, seeing this coming for the dozenth time, you guys are able to kind of pull back. But full mean, you just happen to be kind of like right up in this thing's face at the moment, and it blasts this like brilliant kind of sparkling potion in your face, and you are currently dazed until the end of your next turn. For those that don't know, dazed means you can only take an action or a bonus action, not both. You can't take reactions, and you can't use somatic components or do anything that would require like fine motor skills, like picking a lock or something like that. And finally, attack rolls with dexterity are made at disadvantage.
Ooh.
So full means pretty much just out for the next round.
Well, fortunately, these things don't have great AC, so even with disadvantage, it's
True.
it's not like terrible odds.
He has help action.
Yeah, that's also true. Which would cancel it out. So, but yeah, full mean is dazed, and finally, the other one is going to can't see Nietzsche anymore, so it's going to continue to kind of like run. DJ, you see it come out from under the table on the other side.
Oh, I'm watching. I'm assuming I can't hit it from here, so I'm just watching.
Yeah, but it comes running over, and it begins to try and like push this door open. And it does take its action to do that because the door is very heavy for it. But it does kind of squeeze the door open just enough that it slips into the onto the balcony. This poor knife. He finally does it. He managed to, as all of the objects that were floating, they finally drop, and one of them drops in just the right position that this thing manages to get purchase on it, and flips itself free. Did take its action to do that, but it is finally back in action.
He's free.
There's the little boy.
Mortars are dead, which brings us to Nietzsche.
Cool. I'm gonna go over here. And
Sorry, before your turn.
Okay.
As things begin to drop, Carlo, I do want you to make an acrobatics check to try and catch some of the more valuable things.
Aha. Okay. Let's go.
I believe it. Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, both of those are okay.
Yeah, you're not able to like catch everything. A couple of things do drop, but you do manage to catch a couple of kind of like active potions that were kind of in the process of being made. That if they had shattered, would have kind of gotten awful liquid all over a bunch of notes and other things. So you're able to at least save a couple of things.
Oh, okay. Good.
And now it's Nietzsche's turn.
cool. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna reach into my bag, and I'm gonna pull out a pouch of sand that I have for writing letters, and I'm going to try to pour it inside of the bottle to try to neutralize whatever's inside it.
Interesting. Huh.
Or at least soak it up.
Okay. Give me a...
Actually, before I commit to that, do I look like this is going to be a difficult thing to do, or like what I would need to do this?
This thing isn't particularly, like, fast or strong. Like, you think you can kind of, like, overpower it and pour stuff into it.
Okay.
Reasonably easily. It would probably take a sleight of hand check, because it is, like, it's a potion bottle, so, like, the neck isn't super wide. Like, it's not a big target. But this thing also isn't very quick, so...
Okay.
Yeah. You can probably make a sleight of hand check. It's going to use its own acrobatics to just try and avoid it. Literally can't beat that. So, yeah, you reach down and you begin to pour a bunch of sand into it, and you see this thing kind of flail about as sand begins to fill the potion bottle. The liquid inside does seem to overtake a lot of the sand, but it does seem to kind of like cause the sand to get wet and sticky, and it kind of like clogs the top of the potion bottle neck, and functionally it won't be able to use its potion spray, at least for this round.
Perfect. I'll just kind of stand where I'm standing right now.
Excellent. That brings us to Zabo.
Okay, so we kind of half fell, half landed on the end of the table when everything went wrong. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-er, and then just drop this tiny useless katana, reach down, and just try and crush this potion bottle with my bare goddamn hands. Like, literally just smash the glass by squeezing.
Excellent.
Ooh.
What should be the roll for that?
You know what? I will say that you can make a grapple check to just try and grab this thing and then just kind of chuck it up and let it drop. And because it's kind of small and also glass and heavy, it'll just take a good amount of fall damage as a result.
Fair enough, yeah. I will go ahead and make an athletics check. 23.
Well, that's unfortunate.
For it.
17. It tried.
Ooh, it really did, though.
You get a grip on this thing, and you can feel it struggling. It's feeling real juiced from all of its success so far, and you just kind of like lob it into the air, and you see it flailing about, desperately trying to grab anything, and then it just drops. And I'll say it takes 2d6 falling damage. You can roll 2d6.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Also, if you go to the left of the screen, there's like a whole bunch of dice. You can just kind of quick select them.
Yeah. Well, I know, but I'm bad at this. So, 7 damage.
bad.
7 damage. 7 damage. Get the fuck out of here.
It drops, a big crack begins to form. This thing looks very hurt. Kind of on its last legs. Is a bit of the potion is beginning to kind of seep out of one side of it.
If I can bonus action just grab Full Mean by his collar and pull him back on his feet, I will do that. If I cannot, I'm just going to bap him in the back of the head.
Oh yeah. Like Full Mean isn't actually like...
He just got punched in the ankle by a bottle, and he's crying about it.
And he's
so
like, yeah, you could...
This enormous infant, fucking stand up and fight this small bottle, you child.
Grab him by the poncho and you lift him up, and you can see that Full Mean is still like pretty dazed. There's like these weird sparkles across his face.
Everyone's cheering him on.
We're trying our best. For the love of God. Anyways, that's my turn.
That brings to Full Mean.
Alright, bear with me for a second. I'm double checking the components on this.
Oh god, this potion bottle's not gonna have a good day soon.
Oh, sick. I can do it. Okay, excellent. Being dazed. Oh, wait, I have the help action. I should take advantage of that. Yeah, let's do it. I am just going to take advantage of that help, and I'm going to try to smash his potion bottle.
Alright.
No!
11 just hits.
Oh, thank God. 9 points of damage.
So 9 points is exactly the damage you need to both kill the potion bottle and the spirit.
Excellent.
So yeah, you skewer this thing, and once again, you just do enough damage to pierce through the bottle and also expel and kill this horrible little demonic spirit.
Cheap trick. But I'll not go down so easily. That's all I can do because I'm dazed, so that's me.
Alright, that brings us to Carlo.
Alright. He's gonna set down all the things on the table carefully, and then, like, Like he was like very into that for a second, and then he realizes, all right, he scoot his chair back off to the side and pick up his staff and just do a big swing, trying to bat this thing away from Full Mean. What? Oh,
Oh!
17 hits, and you do a big chunk of damage to this thing just as it's freed itself.
okay. And I believe this is two-handed, so that is my turn.
Excellent. That brings us to Case.
Gotcha. The knife's still alive. So, I will. Can I do a quick perception thing to like see if there's any like crates or anything that I can like use to like put over this thing?
Oh yeah, the crate that you kind of like poised and dropped is like right here.
All right. I would like to grab that, put it over the knife, and just like tell Carlo or Bloodlust to sit on it.
All right. I will say you can attempt a. Functionally, this will sort of be like a grapple, but you can use acrobatics.
Hell yeah! Oh, that's not terrible.
Damn it! You see this thing start to like scamper out, and it kind of like makes a dive. The blade kind of like grinds against the floor, but you pull the crate on top of it, and you can hear it kind of like scampering about. It's like when you trap like a bug inside of a glass, you can just hear that scraping. It seems very upset, but it doesn't seem like it can get out.
All right. With the rest of my turn, I'm going to see if Mr. Professor Man is still in the room, and just kind of go up to him if he is. Is he?
Yeah, like Wiggins has been kind of like in the room, kind of just watching this from the sidelines.
Yeah, I'll go up to Wiggins and then just pat him on the back and just say, do what I was kind of trying to do earlier, but this time with intimidation, and just say like, so is this covered by our the waiver we signed earlier?
Oh, it most certainly is, and you are all doing fantastically. This will definitely. I'll be sure to take this into consideration on your final grades.
Oh, thank God.
Right. I just say through clenched teeth, and that's the end of my turn.
All right.
Eye twitching, like.
This guy. Nietzsche, it's gonna punch you. It's not gonna punch you.
It's so cute.
Yeah, it flails around, just like turn. It has to like rotate its entire body to make a punch, but tries valiantly, but misses entirely. And then you see it kind of like get frustrated, and it kind of sinks down, and you hear this like bubbling, and then there's just like this awful like squelching sound as it just tries to push potion out of itself, but it just manages to spill out this like awful like multicolored sand, which just billows out like foam, and it just kind of like sits down very dejectedly as the sand continues to like slowly pour out of itself.
Quick question. So I probably should have asked you first. I just wrote down Fiendish as my language. Is that I probably should have asked you before. Is that one language, or do you have it split into two languages?
It would be Infernal or Abyssal.
Can I talk to it in Infernal?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you want here, little buddy?
Yeah, you hear it does respond. Actually, give me a persuasion roll or intimidation, your choice.
they're both bad, so. Oh.
Mhm.
Chaos, destruction, distraction.
That's
For the
not
grace
good.
of the mother,
Oh no.
we have come.
Aw, she's probably so proud of you. I'm proud of you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at you.
thanks. I'm trying
Dude,
real hard, and he there's this awful air bubble kind of spills out of makes this awful sound as it spills past the sand and finally gets the rest of the sand out of its body. Thanks.
Do you want to be my secret friend? Come be my friend. We can cause chaos in secret.
I do love chaos. That's it for the potions so far. Which brings us to this knife.
The knife under the box.
The knife under the box. Right. It needs to do something about that. Huh. Okay. It's the scratching sound stops after a moment. And then suddenly out of the bottom of the box, which is currently on top, this thing shoots out like a bullet, breaks through the bottom of the box, and impales itself into the ceiling. And it's just kind of stuck there now and hanging. And that brings us to Nietzsche.
I'm going to continue talking to this guy. I'm like, okay, hey, listen. And I kind of peeks around the corner, sees if anyone else is looking, and is whispering to him, here, we can pretend like you're dead, leave that, and jump into this. And he just pulls out a random ink bottle of ink. And then we can cause chaos later.
Oh, give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I didn't need your disadvantage. I'm really bad at it.
Your offer is appreciated, but I have a task to complete.
What's that?
Come, destroy this school.
The whole school or just this room?
Just... it starts to think really hard.
Here, hide in the bush. Hide in the bush.
Chaos. We must cause chaos. Wreak havoc. Go. Become my vassal and destroy these awful plants.
I just grab a plant, just rip it out of the ground, and just throw it on the floor.
Excellent.
Shh, be quiet. They'll see you. I peek my head back out and come back over here.
Oh my god.
Alright. You do anything else?
I'm just talking to him, trying to get him to be my friend now.
Cool. Bloodless.
Bloodlust is going to take a dash action. That is 60 feet, so I'm right up there on them.
Cool.
And free action to just call Nietzsche an idiot child.
This is my new friend. Look how fierce and powerful he is, and then I wink at you.
If he could break this speaker against your skull, he would, but that would break his contract, so he's not allowed to. Unfortunately, I can't take a full action besides that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and action surge, just so I can have another action, and then I'm going to try and grapple this bottle and smash it against the wall.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, fuck ass.
He can fail.
It's a bottle.
Just kidding.
It didn't.
I'm sorry, it doesn't get a +3. It gets a +0. It's still enough, but
It's still enough, yeah. That was a really good roll on the bottle's part, but to be fair, I had sprinted across the room to try and save my idiot.
you run through, and as you push the door open, it kind of like swings back on you very suddenly, and you technically, actually, the door kind of swings outward from here. So the bottle is kind of like behind the door, and you're like trying to reach out for it, and it just like scurries itself back into the bush a little bit.
I throw my arms in the air and be like, he's too... Wait, what's your name? Lord.
Oh,
I'm looking at the potion bottle.
The mother did not give me a name. It looks very sad about that.
Maybe I...
but that is my turn. With all
Excellent.
of my action spent, so I'll try.
Not that it necessarily has to influence your future decisions, but this outer area is a balcony. The south and eastern walls just look down over the courtyard. For whatever that's worth. That brings us to full me.
Foul instrument. You're not even worthy for potato duty. Damn it. 11.
It's stuck in the ceiling.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's 20 feet up. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh boy. How? Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that at all from down here.
You could climb up the wall
Oh,
and
you know
jump
what?
at it.
No. I shout exactly what I shouted, but then at the end of it, there is this damning gong, and it needs a wisdom saving throw.
No.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What is this?
Oh no! Oh yes!
Do it.
Oh my god, I
Oh,
think it
no.
just fails.
Yeah, it
What?
does.
No! Oh wait, thank god, it's damaged. Okay, good.
Oh, you have it rolling. Oh.
Ooh, 11 damage. Oh.
It is still alive.
Oh,
Just barely.
nice. Okay, well... There's shit going down over here, so I'm gonna start making my way this way. But that is my turn.
You're gonna say mean things at a knife and then walk away?
I
slowly?
am. He's not going anywhere.
But potatoes.
Alright. Carlo.
Okay. He's gonna look up and try to hit this thing on the ceiling with another Eldritch Blast.
I wish you wouldn't.
Why?
Oh no, Carlo!
Okay.
Oh no!
Just getting it
Well?
all out of the way early.
So as it's like stuck, it manages to, at the last moment, it presses its foot up against the ceiling, pries the knife free, and then it begins to scamper along the ceiling, and you realize that this thing actually has spider climb. And it kind of like runs circles around your Eldritch Blast, kind of like Torchic running.
I was a little freaked out by that. We'll step back. And that's what happens. That's the turn.
Excellent. That brings us to Case.
Case will pat Mr. Professor Man on the back after seeing this thing just start scampering around the ceiling and just say, well, good luck with that. And see what's cool over here, because if everyone else seems to be going over there.
This is my new best friend. Lord hasn't been named yet.
And that's the end of my turn.
You want to dash?
Sure. Why not? To see, like, just get out of there as far as possible. How much space is that? Fuck.
You
Double
get an extra-
your speed.
All of you are allowed precisely 35 seconds of choking this idiot. I'm talking about Nietzsche. This won't kill him, but hopefully he will learn.
There with double speed, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
As you get over there, you can very clearly hear Nietzsche in this potion bottle speaking in Infernal. I don't know if you speak Infernal.
I do not.
But yeah, they're just having some weird demonic conversation.
I made the right decision. All right.
Right. That brings us to the potion bottle. Nietzsche. Oh, boy. You are a most glorious vassal. The mother will be pleased.
Do I know who the mother is?
No. I'm just gonna, there's no check that you could possibly roll that would give you this information.
Wait, who's the mother?
My mother.
What's her
The one.
name?
The mother.
It's hard to praise her if I don't know her name.
She is simply the mother.
Oh. Is she also a... I say the name of this thing, I'm not going to scroll all the way up and find it.
Tsukumogami?
Yeah.
No, she's far stronger than us. We are but peons compared to her glory. Now, just give me a second, I must kill this one. And he runs around the door and attempts to punch Zabo in the ankle.
He probably like full ass body dived to try and get through. So that hits, yeah, because I'm not wearing my armor.
All right, you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as he socks you in the nose. Then, because he hit you, he is going to use the rest of his movement to run over here. Then...
Does he disengage?
I was about to say, does he have Sentinel? Otherwise, I get an
Oh, do you have
opportunity.
Do you have Sentinel?
No. Like you need to have Sentinel to, or not Sentinel. Mobile.
He sort of has a variant of mobile.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
He specifically he has to hit with an attack, and then the creature that he hit can't take attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But Nietzsche, since he did not hit you, if you want to attack your new friend, you may. Otherwise, it's going to run over here.
Sorry, I was distracted for a quick second. You said we can?
You are allowed to, but
you
that
can.
is your choice.
Oh yeah, I'm going to hit it.
Okay.
I'm just going to say, wrong choice.
Oh no! Are you trying to keep the spirit alive?
If I can destroy it and try to get the spirit alive so I can capture it, I will.
Okay. Yeah. Because you know what this thing is, and you are very good on your Arcana check about these things. You smash it. You're able to smash the potion bottle. The awful potion just kind of like spills out across the stonework. You can see that whatever it was about to spew was fairly toxic. Probably the most dangerous of the things that it has spewed. Unfortunately, nobody will get to experience it. But you are able to kind of spare this spirit. You managed to, with the kind of residual follow through, you snatch this thing, and you have it in your hand, this little like pom-pom with eyes. It begins to squeak and squeal.
Perfect.
And that brings us to the last active combatant. which is going to run over here and scream, running along the ceiling, and then it presses itself up and it wiggles, and it launches itself using gravity and its own force to launch itself like a bullet at full mean.
Oh my god.
And it just like screams in infernal, two arms, two arms.
Oh shit!
These things have no honor.
mean.
Oh my god. These things are rolling so well on me, it's crazy.
Oh my god!
This is the trade-off. I do all the damage, I take all the damage.
It's oh no.
Oh, yeah, I'm down.
Oh my god!
This knife launches itself from the ceiling into full mean's back. Carlo, you see a spray of crimson as this thing kind of wiggles itself free, pressing its foot on full mean's back, and it begins to hop around like, you know, the little like parrot dance in Minecraft, where it's just kind of like bobbing up and down. It just does that. It's just like very pleased with itself.
I am the potato.
Yeah, full mean comes crashing down, kind of like smacks his head on the on the chair in front of him, and there's just a pool of blood. Nietzsche, you have this.
Will it take an
demon
action to just
pom-pom.
like shove it into my ink bottle?
Um,
Or if I need to pour the ink out so it doesn't like drown, I can do that.
so you can't make him like possess it or anything.
Oh no, I just want to like.
but you can.
I just want to
Yeah,
stick him in there. I'm assuming if he's in there, he can't escape.
yeah, you kind of shove him in there and cork it. You're like, you do feel a little bit of concern that it might just possess whatever vessel it's in.
Do I know of any way to like keep it from possessing, or I'm assuming the weaker the object is, the less it has a chance of doing something dangerous with it.
Yeah.
Who has a
Yeah,
really
you're not entirely sure what these things, their limitation is, but I assume like it's an ink bottle that you just bought
Oh yeah,
for school. Like it doesn't have a ton of like sentimentality or attachment.
I honestly
so-
hate the ink bottle because I have to take notes. So honestly, I have the lack of sentimentality with this thing. I have
Right.
remorse for this object.
So it's you know that they're stronger if the object that they are inhabiting is older and has more sentimentality. So you think that it'll be, if it does just possess this bottle, it'll be fairly weak. But you know, it's hard to say for sure.
Cool. I'm gonna step over here. Do I still have an action, or did that take my action?
It's unconscious and a pom pom. It was a free action to just step it in there.
I walk up and I look at Bloodlust and I hold it in my, I'm like, evidence, and then I walk over here and then
No.
I just step next to you, and then I hold up my arm, and the sleeve of my kimono like bursts off my arm, and reveals that I have like bandages on my arm, and I cast a spell.
Ooh.
And the bandages, or the cloth turns red, and oh shit, I didn't actually do this right.
It's a good attack roll, though.
I did the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, don't even look at me. There we go. I guess it only does 2 fire, but I cast these little flaming petals fly across and hit the knife.
Fortunately, 2 damage is how much HP the knife had. Unfortunately, that means that the spirit is expelled unharmed. So you guys see this little like mote of black puff just kind of where the blade would be, just hovering over full mean.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
Oh, that's not good.
Zalbo, take care of that. It's kind of like wave my hand.
wow.
I mean, she's such a little shit.
It's a hell of a party.
So it's my turn. And instead of following those instructions, how fucking dare you? I'm going to go ahead and grapple Nietzsche.
Excellent.
Because you are not allowed to keep one of these spirits.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Oh!
Right.
Oh!
So if you reach out to kind of grab Nietzsche, and Nietzsche very nimbly is able to kind of, with cat-like grace, get out of your grip. So as you two are struggling, Fulmine, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Oh boy, here we go.
New character immediately.
I'm gonna try.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh,
No!
Well then, Carlo.
I don't know if you know this, but you can give a medicine check to try to save him if you don't have healing spells.
Yeah, that was kind of wondering. He takes a look at Foamine after him getting stabbed. He's like, he's fine. He looks again, and there's a lot of blood. And he walks over like he's gonna go try to find the knife. Oh, that's a lot of blood. Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna try to do a medicine check.
Yeah, there's this awful moment where you're like looking for the knife, and then you just hear Fulmine like honk, and then blood just spills out of his mouth. You're just like, oh, I should deal with that first.
Yeah. Okay. Medicine. I think I do this.
Oh, thank God. Bless
Okay.
you.
So you're able to you take a moment and stabilize Fulmine. You're able to kind of like bandage the wound, and he's not bleeding out currently. He looks real bad, but he seems okay for now.
Okay. I'm gonna look around. Do I see the knife anywhere?
So the knife got like blasted by a firebolt and is like shot out of Fulmine's back, which is probably part of the reason he failed to death.
It's like yanking an arrow out of somebody.
Yeah, his just spurt of blood. But above Fulmine, you do see this little like puffball, which looks very frightened.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna swat at it.
It was your action to do the medicine check.
Oh, right. Okay.
But if you have a bonus action or anything.
Well, I think I do. Oh, but I don't know if... Yes, I do. Where'd it go? Alright, I see the little moat. He gets this grin, and then he gets more angry. And he's gonna let out this huge...
Yeah.
Alright. That's my turn.
Yeah, all the little like spindly little hairs off of its body go completely straight. And it looks terrified. Eyes go wide.
Okay, there we go. I'll go back to making sure Fulmine's not dead.
All right, that brings us to Case.
Case. So from what I can tell, all combatants have been dealt with, right?
There is a little moat that is above Fulmine that does seem to be potentially dangerous.
We only need this one.
I'll chuck a knife. I'll chuck one of my scissors thing. I'll separate the scissors, chuck one of them at it, and try not to hit Fulmine with it.
Okay.
He's having a nap. He's fine.
Okay. What would I roll? Just the same thing.
Yeah, just your standard attack. It is a disadvantage because you are out of the short range of a dagger.
Yeah, I'm going to step up. It's like 20 feet, I think.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, all right. I can do that. Yeah. I'll throw one of my scissors pieces at it. So that's without disadvantage now.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Oh, come on, roll 20. It's not working.
It's working.
Yeah, we got him.
Oh, it is. Oh, fuck!
It's all good.
I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
Fortunately for you, 11 hits this thing. When it's on an object, this thing is real slow. So yeah, you lob a scissor at it, and it cuts through this thing as it's screaming in Infernal, two arms, victory is ours. And then you just, like, a scissor goes straight through it, and it splits into two, and wisps of, like, demonic energy and miasma go flitting off into the air.
Hell yeah! I finally hit one of these. They're just twirling the other centerpiece in a finger, while Fulmine is bleeding out. But yeah, that's my turn.
Excellent. That is the end of combat. You did it. Your first combat. No one died. Fortunately.
I tried.
One of us tried, yes.
Professor Wiggins does run over into the potion storage room and does go and grab a potion and comes over to Fulmine very quickly and begins to administer a potion of healing to you.
Oh, is that saffron?
You get a
my
full
God.
10 hit points.
Nice. It is saffron. That's how you can tell. It's full 10.
Where am I? Oh, what?
There's a massive boy over you.
Cowboy, give me your hands.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, hold on to this. Don't crush it. We need to give it as evidence to the teachers so they can interrogate it. Does Sabo know what I was saying to the thing?
do you speak Infernal?
No, he does not.
Okay.
He just knows that Nietzsche is an idiot.
Yeah, you just heard this awful conversation, and you can see that there is a plant that has been torn out, and you're aware that there's no way that potion bottle was able to tear out a plant.
If given, I am taking the potion bottle. Nietzsche.
Yeah.
It's in your hand. I already handed it to you. Keep it safe so you can give it to the teacher so that you can be interrogated. He said something, Mr. Professor?
No.
No,
Nietzsche.
I'm talking to the professor.
Nietzsche.
Yes.
Here. Look. Your face.
What about it?
Slap.
Why am I being slapped? I got information.
No. Bloodlust is very mad at you.
For what?
For trying to parlay with an enemy.
I was lying to him. Also, if he did become my friend, it would have been fun.
You do hear an echo in the ink bottle that says, "You were lying?"
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, little buddy.
Just little
You're a fool.
Little vigorous shake.
Professor?
Yes.
Do you know of any infernal creature named the Mother? Because apparently that's who was sent here. They were sent to destroy the school. And they said there was also a distraction. So I'm assuming that something else in the school has happened as well.
Oh, that's not good.
Yes.
Mother is a commonly used term. It could mean a lot of things. It's very vague, unfortunately. But yes, you have all done very well. You should stay here. Unfortunately, we've done... Oh, they really did a number on this place, and you can see that, the whole, like, classroom and the surrounding areas are just kind of like a mess. It does look like a full-on battle occurred in here.
Important question. What did he see me cast the Thunder Wave? Was he in here?
Oh,
or was
yes,
he over
absolutely.
Here?
He was like in the classroom.
And Professor, I must confess, I destroyed one of your plants to try to get more information out of him. I apologize. I will pay for it.
That is, first of all, they're not my plants, fortunately. However, secondly, that was very out of line. And thirdly, out of line tends to be looked upon very well in the school. So, good on you.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, I am going to go and make sure that nothing else has happened, and then you guys all hear a scream from down the hall. Oh shit!
Oh, just gonna stuff this ink bottle in the professor's pocket.
Okay.
Oh, maybe, maybe a professor who can actually protect himself.
Rude. First of all, I am
you
still
did-
your
you-
educator.
You actively did nothing, so I'm worried that it hurt you.
I'm aware. Unfortunately, I have. Yes, I am aware. It's you dealt it a hefty blow. I'm sure to remain unconscious for a little while, and I will take it to the conjuration lab. It should be safe there, and Professor Ringwood will be able to take care of it.
Can I insight check him to make sure he's not doing something sketchy, or if he actually can handle this simple task?
Sure. Give me an insight check.
Damn.
Nietzsche!
It's
It's
fine.
not my fault. I'm trying.
It is.
Yeah, seems alright. Seems on the level.
I
There you go.
trust him.
Oh, goodness.
Well, I don't trust him explicitly, just in this moment.
Weapons.
Oh yeah, that scream.
Yeah, do you guys go and check out the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my weapon wherever Zalbo put it.
No.
Right after I pocket the most valuable looking thing in this room.
Oh my god.
Excellent. Give me a sleight of hand check, first of all. And secondly, roll a D100. Yeah, Professor Wiggins does see you and says, "Hey, go help people. You are hardly injured."
I was just checking if anything else was walking around.
Give me a deception check. Oh, well, my apologies, you're right, but no, that's a good idea. We should fetch Professor Ringwood as soon as we deal with the screaming that is still occurring.
Okay, so I don't have my armor. I don't have my weapons. I'm grabbing a chair and running down the stairs.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so you guys head out into the main hallway. So the staircase actually goes up to the kind of second floor, which is a conservatory, which is kind of like an extra kind of just area for them to grow all the plants for the botany faculty. The actual exit is the northern door here, and you guys head out there, and then you hang a right and continue up the hall to a room where there's a hall and there's two doors on the right and one on the left, and at the right back door you can see that it is open and there is a crackling light that is coming from that room. And you can see several other teachers have kind of gathered around and are trying to extinguish what appears to be a large fire that has broken out.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
I will wield my chair threateningly and let Nietzsche do the talking.
One of the professors who say kind of a younger woman, human, just kind of like long, kind of blondish hair. She kind of turns to all of you and tells you, "Stay back. We have this under control. Are any of you?" And she sees like full mean and Carlo in particular, massive streaks of blood across them. You need to go and seek medical assistance
We're here to help.
immediately.
barely maintaining his footing.
Yeah, there's a loud cracking of glass coming from the room, and you can see one of the other professors, who appears to be a fairly large minotaur, is like conjuring some kind of like elemental energy, and blasts a bunch of water into the room.
Ooh. Ah, well, I think they have this handled.
Yeah, so we should get you guys to some medical attention.
Oh, that's
I mean, you're right.
for the best.
A little bit of time passes, and Professor Wiggins tells you all, well, they seem to have this under control for the time being. Let's get your new friend into the conjuration faculty.
Yes, we should do that before he awakens.
So it takes you back down the hall in the opposite direction. You head down to the left, past the stairs that you guys came up, to a little like T-junction, and hang a right. There's a small, like, closed-off faculty. It's one of the smaller faculties, but there is a big, like, gap between it and the rest of the kind of schools and faculty, just like thicker walls and things that are designed to protect against magic spilling out of this area, because this is the conjuration and evocation faculties. It's a large tower that heads up into a couple of extra layers for practicing conjuration and more explosive evocation spells.
Yeah. I'm going to cast a spell onto Bloodlust's chair, just in case we run into something.
If the chair was not needed immediately outside of the door, it's going back in the...
Whatever weapon you have.
My rapier sharp wit, obviously.
Have you
No.
mentioned out loud that you need a weapon?
He doesn't want mine. He needs a big weapon.
Oh, well then you're probably a little insulted when Fulmian hands you like a dagger.
A dagger is better than nothing.
I gave you my sword. It's better than dagger.
Oh yeah, you have his
My.
You specifically said that you went to go pick that back up.
Well, that's because you threw it on the floor.
Because that was what I needed to do at the time.
Okay. Well, if you need it, you can hold on to it. I have plenty of things.
Okay, so I have a tiny baby man sword.
Cool.
perfect.
It is. You now have plus 10 to bonus damage for the next minute with it.
Ooh, what is that?
It's just the true strike, but I'm just naming it Thorn Blade.
Oh,
So as I touch it, part of my sleeve just like starts like flakes off, and it's just like on his blade. You can kind of see that there's like petals that are just like rotating extremely fast on the blade.
imagine True Strike being good.
Hmm.
What a world.
I don't know why I marked off damage for that.
So yes, I will definitely lead these children from the front.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do. You guys head in, and Professor Wiggins is able to lead you up to a little area that does seem to be abjured protectively, and you're able to keep your new friend stationed in there.
Some would call you friend, others would call you a prisoner.
Hush.
At some point during the walk, Carlo would be standing behind, you know that guy.
That one.
Fulmian.
Fulmian.
Fine.
It's okay, I still forget his name every time.
Okay, so he's standing walking behind Fulmian, and you like see him lean over one shoulder, then the next, and then he just like brushes off your shoulder, and then one on the other side, and you can see down the front of your poncho thingy. I don't know what you call that. Your clothing just starts to get cleaned up. And all
Oh,
the blood just gets wicked away. Like, there we go.
isn't that a neat trick? I appreciate it.
It's a lovely one. I'll keep moving on.
Are you
Carlo's
sure you
always clean.
don't need to see a doctor or
They
something?
definitely need to see a
Oh.
doctor.
I almost certainly should see one at some point, but let's make sure that things are safe first, huh?
I don't see any
Uh,
blood.
I've survived worse.
Have you?
Well,
Oh, yes, it's a great story. I'll tell you sometime.
as your professor and as someone who is responsible for your well-being and health to some degree, I do think that your friend is right, and you should all seek some medical attention as quickly as possible.
Okay.
However, you also did participate in the destruction of one of our faculties. So I'm going to give you all a bit of gold, and I would like you to head into Camlann if you could, and pick up a few things.
All right.
How much gold?
He gives you like a. He kind of reaches into his wallet or his like little belt pouch, and pulls out a couple of gemstones and says, "Head down to Potions and Cauldrons. There's a woman there, Maven Abuscu. She'll help you out. Here, I'm going to write down a list of the ingredients that we will need to replace everything that was broken." And he kind of heads back into the botany office very briefly. Makes you guys a list, and also says, and also make sure that she gives you all a couple of potions to heal yourselves now and potentially in the future, whatever you wish. Here. Take your time. Try to be back by sunset. I will inform your other professors of what happened, and we'll get you all sorted out.
Of course. We'll be right on it. You said
Perhaps-
Mava Nobuscu?
Maven Albescu.
Zelbo, maybe we can head back to your room and get you your weaponry, just in case we run into more trouble.
Yes. Please stop by, pick up any of your things that you may need for traveling down.
I think a change of clothes is in order.
Yes, I do think I could take that and maybe a quick swig of wine.
Ooh. Wine?
Oh, yes. Please come. We could all celebrate for not dying.
That sounds as good as any reason to celebrate.
I don't need much of a cause for it.
Sounds good to me.
Have any of you other people seen Tsukumogami? I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, yeah.
Before.
Yeah, can we type that out again? And then also the teacher's name. The one that starts with W, but isn't. Oh my god, I forgot that name too. There we go, Wiggins, thank you.
While they're all going and getting drunk, Zalbo is just going to go and put his arm on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you.
Hilariously, I only got hit once, despite the fact that entire fight, my AC was 10. So,
Oh, goodness. Have any of you guys ever seen Tsukumogami before?
I highly doubt it. Out of character.
Or heard of them? Do you know what they are?
well, I mean, I've mostly heard of them in the sense of like a Kasioboke, Ubeke, the umbrella yokai.
Yeah.
What?
So you've seen like the umbrella with eyes. Usually like commodified as a bad guy in video games and that sort of thing. Like an umbrella with one leg and eyeballs that is just mad at dudes.
Yeah.
Sure. One of the guys from TKO.
Yeah, and that's a Kasobake, which is a type of Tsukumogami, which is essentially the idea that possessions that live long enough develop their own personalities and become inhabited by spirits.
Yeah.
Oh,
And essentially, these are the spirits that do that. This is kind of the source of those kinds of entities, at least within this world and context.
I'm just a big fucking nerd, is all. So
Nerd.
But yeah, if anybody wants to make a either a religion or arcana check, they can about it. Nietzsche already got a 20, so I don't know how much extra information I'll be able to give you guys, but welcome to try.
I'm just seeing if I know.
realistically, Bloodlust is not going to want to make that check because the fight is over, and that's the last that he thinks about.
That's fair.
So,
All right. I'm gonna go back. What sort of wine do you have for me?
Oh, the finest. From everywhere, all the way to the west. The tip of Percival.
Really, though? You brought them here.
Oh, of course.
Well, you have good taste. We'll see if it's true.
The finest.
Yeah.
I'm not one for drinking usually, but if you're offering,
Of
might
course,
as
of
well.
course.
I think I'll wait until, if it's okay with you, until we get back from our shopping trip.
Well, that's probably for the best. I'm going to have a quick one just to dull this pain while we walk, but when we get back,
Yeah.
we can.
Do we want to
top off the
swing
bottle.
by the infirmary first before we head out?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, you should have time while we get Zalbo all strapped into his armor.
Of course, I would like to go. Oh, actually, I probably. Well, here's a question: would I have fencing class on the same day?
Quite possibly.
Okay, then I probably already had my buckler in the backpack, and I'll just strap that on. I'd probably take it off when we get to the infirmary, realizing there's no more trouble on the campus.
Yeah. So you guys head out. Unfortunately, the infirmary and the your dorms are in the same building.
That's convenient.
It's like they know.
Yeah, it's like they know what's going to happen over the next month.
Right. But yeah, they you guys are able to drop Fullmean and Carlo off at the infirmaries if you want. And they're able to check you out. The rest of you are able to head up to your rooms and gather your things. Zabo, you're able to throw on all of your armor and grab your weapons, pulling them out from under your bed and your very cramped rooms.
how dare I get a spearman as a roommate?
Right? It's just the worst.
If you
You
if
just
you
have
need to
a
keep
bunch of awkward pipes sticking up everywhere in this room.
It's a
if you need to
death
keep
trap.
one of your extra weapons in my room, you're more than welcome to. I'd carry it around for you, but I don't think I could actually lift it.
Maybe I was not clear.
I'm sorry. I should have known. I understand. Did Carlo or Fullmin want us to grab anything from the rooms while they were going to the infirmary?
Yes, I will definitely tell you where to find the nicest bottle of wine that I own.
Oh, cool.
And Drake, real quick, PRB, because I gotta use the restroom. So
Good luck.
Sure.
I will absolutely volunteer to
To find out where he keeps his good wine.
good wine.
Oh my
Alright.
gosh.
Yeah, I tell you, I would give you the key to the room. The roommate may be in there, but he's been of good temperament. Just don't bother him; he'll be fine.
Wonderful.
Carlo begins to tell you where to find a change of clothes, but then he stopped. He's like, well, perhaps we shouldn't go in there.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Oh, I've seen
Okay.
all kinds of things in all sorts of rooms. I'm sure there's nothing that embarrassing.
He gives you a very amused look that kind of feels dangerous.
Listen, I don't care how many sex toys you have.
Now
Why am I
he's
having deja vu?
That wasn't what he was thinking, but all right.
It's his roommate's corpse.
All right.
Oh no. Maybe he's just protective of his stuff.
Oh. Well, I'm not gonna steal anything. You'd know if I would.
Quick question: what was the department that was on fire?
Can give me a what's a school knowledge check. I guess just give me a flat intelligence check.
Damn. I get my school map out like a nerd.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure. You know that the faculty across from that was the relics
Ooh.
facility. However, across from that, you're not sure. You don't see people going in there basically ever.
Did I recognize any of the professors who are outside, like the Minotaur and the woman who talked to us?
You didn't recognize the woman, but the Minotaur is Professor. I jump back on my notes. Professor Bivol, who is the is the Dean of Abjuration.
Interesting.
Yeah, you would have actually probably studied with him several times.
I'm gonna keep a mental note of where that part of the building was at, so I can possibly find out later what room that was.
Excellent.
And then once we get Bloodlust all strapped in and his weapons, I don't know if you have heavy armor. I'm assuming you have heavy armor, right? So it takes a bit.
I've arrived.
What type of armor do you wear?
Heavy.
Okay, I'll help you strap in if you need help or want help.
Yeah.
You are allowed to watch.
Okay, I guess if you do, you want me to watch?
Your roommate's still in the room.
You are allowed to watch.
Okay, well,
You are not required to watch.
I'll stay in here so that you know that I'm safe.
Big house. Just
And then he just goes over his notes, and then the entire time you're on, he's going over lecture notes, and he's actually dictating lectures back to you, which is probably annoying. So, and he's revising his notes. Like you are in for a whole thing. Every night he goes over his notes and re-lectures to you.
What a nightmare.
Oh.
Oh,
Buddy.
You can tell he gets no pleasure out of this.
That's good, at least.
I guess if Full Mean does trust me enough to give me his key,
Yeah, he gives you the key and tells you where to look.
and Carlo doesn't, as hard as I try, can I try a persuasion check, Carlo?
sure.
So this is a meta note. Typically for like PvP social role, you're always welcome to use dice if both people want to, but it's not typically like a binding thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh god, my sheet minimized and I have no idea how to bring it back. This is terrible.
Go to the
stealing?
right side of your screen. You should see like a little newspaper thingy, and you can reopen it by clicking on your name.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Callo, it's the most unconvincing argument to let him in. And the weird thing is that he's very insistent about it, and it's a little off-putting. And the more he tries to get you to let him in, the more unsavory his intentions seem.
Listen, You'd know if I did anything. I'm not going to do anything. You look horrible. And I feel bad for letting that knife go because I'm just feeling like a bit of a dickhead. But
Callow, can I see your secrets? Show me your secrets.
Callow,
I have no secrets to provide.
Oh,
But I do feel offended you call me looking horrible. That part at least. How dare you?
I mean, if you want, I could tailor you new robes to replace those horrible, horrible items made all disheveled. But fair.
Okay, I'll keep this in mind. Maybe a tailoring would be worthwhile.
Oh, absolutely. I'm always happy to craft some new garments for anyone who asks, as long as
Really?
you know the specifications and the materials and all that.
Very well. We might have a trade.
How long are these idiot children arguing outside my front door?
Are we outside his front door?
We're
It's probably,
neighbors,
like,
yes. So-
Probably nearby.
I'm sure it'd be on the walk to the infirmary / our rooms.
Yeah. But in spite of Callow not allowing you in, you are able to go into Fulmin's room if you wish.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Full mean.
Yes.
I grab exactly what you want me to.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Here it is.
Oh, no.
So before you butt, you go over to Fulmin's room, feeling very successful and devilish. You open the door, and you can see on the right bed there is a huge Goliath who is sitting with his knees kind of tucked up to his chest, big broad shoulders that totally take up like most of his form, and he's got his back kind of pressed up against the wall, and he's reading a book. He's got a little pair of glasses on.
Aw.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. What you reading? Oh, wait, I forgot. Your roommate, Fulmin, told me to come here to fetch some stuff.
Fulmin did. Of course, I believe his wine is over there.
What?
You already know.
Happened before?
Yes, Fulmin is quite sociable.
All right. I'm assuming you're not.
No,
Ah,
what gave it away?
This boy just wants a friend. Look at him.
I don't know a lot of
Yes.
casual readers, and usually when they do, it's in the library. So fair is fair. You're all right, though. You seem all right. I'm sure someone like Fulmin could help you get all get out there. Hey, maybe if you want, you could check on him in the infirmary if like you're worried about him.
Oh, he's in the infirmary. How terrible.
Yeah. He got stabbed in the back with a living knife. It was pretty horrible. Like he was coughing up blood. Like
Oh, goodness. The one from the relics room?
the what?
The one from the relics room?
Oh, I'm not sure what he means by that. Sure, let's go with that.
Oh, dreadful. They really need to keep that thing under better lock.
Absolutely. So yeah, I don't know if you want to like check on him at any point, but like I'm just gonna grab his stuff and then maybe head out.
Maybe after I finish this next chapter.
Oh, all right. Fuck. So as discreetly as possible, I'm gonna make this as abundantly clear as I can. I'm not gonna steal anything, but I just want to know.
You just
what
want
he
to
has.
look. Okay.
I just want to
Yeah.
look everything
Sure.
and with as like discreetly as possible.
All right. You're just kind of snooping.
Just snooping.
All right. Give me a stealth check to see if you can do this without his roommate noticing. Oh, yeah. He's so absorbed in this book that after you kind of enter the room, he goes back to reading. It doesn't even look up as you leave.
All right. Well, before I leave, I want to ask him what's his name.
Austin.
All right. I'm Jerry Canary. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Jerry Canary.
First name Jerry, last name Canary, but whatever. Later. Did I find anything of interest? Oh,
You tell me.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
I like it. Hunk, chunk.
What's blur?
Things that I have on my person. Things that I would not keep in the room.
Fair.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Manacles. Ooh la la.
Oh.
Why does he have that?
Great question.
Secret ring.
Signet ring.
Signet ring. Fuck.
It's like a very fancy kind of wax press signet ring for sealing documents. And it has the same emblem that you've seen on his cloak of the like the lion spitting a bolt of lightning.
I take note of that and think it's pretty cool, and I look at the manacles and get a little bit of a shiver up my spine.
Like a good shiver or a bad shiver?
A little bit of both. And then I just pretty much confirm what I always thought and think this guy's a fucking food freak. And maybe he can make me some meals in the future. So, yeah, that's about it. Internal monologue stuff, I guess.
Excellent. Yeah. So, Bloodlust, you're able to get all of your armor on and grab your weapons, fully suit up. Carlo and Fulmine, you head down to the infirmary. A couple of the nurses are able to check you out. It was a slow day until you both came in looking near dead, and they hurriedly kind of like check you out. Both of you are okay for now. Like you're stable and alive. The big thing is just you have a lot of like superficial lacerations left. So they're able to like properly bandage you up and make sure that you're not kind of at risk. But you'll need some proper rest to like recover from it. They just advise you to kind of take it easy for now. Make sure you're eating and drinking, recover, and make sure you get a proper night's sleep. And if you're feeling shitty at any point, come down and they can tend to you with any magical healing if it gets necessary.
Excellent.
But yeah, they tend to save a lot of that for in case somebody is like literally bleeding out.
You don't think that I'm, that close to death's doorstep? I can spare my mana. I shouldn't be worried about going to sleep tonight and never waking up.
No, I don't believe so. If it would make you feel more comfortable, you're welcome to sleep in the infirmary for the evening.
Oh, that is very kind. I'll consider the offer.
Is he considering the offer?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah. But eventually, the lot of you are able to kind of like reconvene and gather up and prepare to head down to Camlann.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to see Talbo's sword, which is bigger than everybody except for him and Carlo.
Hell
Yeah, actually, what does his sword and armor look like?
So he has essentially lamellar armor. Mechanically, it's splint. Just layered wood and metal plates. His weapon is a Chanma Dao, which is a horse butchering knife. Basically a sword that is 6 feet long, meant for killing cavalry.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Is it like a claymore?
Yes, it is. It is a massive, single-edged, curved sword.
That's so hot.
And so, like, its initial design was, if you are on foot and a man is charging you on a horse, you have to be able to cut his horse in half.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit, these things are huge.
Yeah, they're massive. You're not an anime nerd.
Yes.
If you've ever seen Rurouni Kenshin, they have like that sword, I think, in it.
Yeah. So it is just an enormous Chinese broadsword. It is has fully earned the heavy and two-handed tags. It is not a versatile weapon and can only be wielded with two hands. Yeah, so
Christ
yeah,
almighty, this thing must weigh 25 pounds.
Oh yeah, they are like
it
super
is.
heavy.
It is about the heaviest two-handed sword in, in any time frame between
He's a strong
1,000 onwards, and so that is his primary weapon because he likes it.
Hell yeah.
The fact that you can swing that means that you could probably shot put me like 60 feet.
I mean, like we're gonna do a real quick deep dive on Chavo here. He scrap iron and things that are too big are kind of his modus operandi, because he is a fish market tough, basically, where things just aren't cleverly put together and they're heavier than they need to be. So that's why he has things that are too big. So his armor and his weapons are kind of crude, but effective.
Very
Right.
effective.
So yeah, you see this like massive knoll with this even larger sword comes like scrapes the doorways as he walks through them, and the lot of you all begin to head out, kind of leaving the campus area. So the College of Camlann is situated kind of to the west of Castle Camelot. It's still in the same vicinity of it, but obviously Castle Camelot is the main homestead of the royal family, and as well as a lot of the Knights of the Round Table, and all of the kind of nobility surrounding that. And from there is a bit of a pathway that goes down and eventually hits a large bridge that covers a moat and enters into Camlann, which is the capital. Camlann itself is a fairly large city, at least by the standards of this time period. It's about a square mile walled city, and you guys are able to head in, wandering through some of the streets. The city itself is kind of broken up into a bunch of different smaller sections that act as sort of districts. The districts are all separated by very large roads that are quite wide, and they're designed specifically for like transporting goods through, so that they can actually like get goods through the city to the castle and to the other districts of the city very easily. And then there are smaller, narrower kind of walking streets that lead everywhere else. But you guys are all on foot, so it takes you about 20 minutes or so to get down from the college to this to the edge of the city. You begin to head in. I assume, do you all head directly to the push shop?
I'm gonna look around to see if there's anything fascinating. How bad does it smell, though? Like bakeries or like doo-doo?
It's a combination of both, which is upsetting.
Mm.
Depending on where you are, certain districts are obviously a lot nicer smelling than others. Yeah, there's a handful of areas you do have to pass through. I don't know what the best word is for this area, but it's sort of what has become kind of an unofficial, like, the tavern area. And it's where a lot of taverns and inns and other kind of bakeries and a lot of it's not really like a
Trade hub?
Like a food court sort of deal.
It's more of like a food court, because it's not, they aren't actually like selling like raw goods. There's an actual like market for like selling like produce and stuff like that. But this is actually for just like cooked goods and for people to come and sit in like restaurants and things like that.
It's my favorite part of the town.
And so when you pass through there, it smells phenomenal. But then a couple of the other districts you have to go through that are kind of like a little grimier. You get a little bit more like,
Yuck.
yeah, there's just like,
Weird slimy mud smell.
yeah, slimy mud and moss.
The ones that smell like home.
Lots of like horse shit in the streets.
Jeez. It's true,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, it's how it goes.
Sounds Castlevania town, but
Yeah,
Every
basically.
Every time they walk by a stray horse shit, Carlo prestidigitates and makes it smell like berry tarts.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I figured that you would be stepping every 5 feet to just presto the ground beneath you.
yeah, Case may make an argument to try and climb on Carlo's shoulders to try and like avoid anything, so that he can carry him around. But just probably saying no. The only thing that I can
You
think of
try.
doing while we travel is, just listening to like the general vibe and way people talk around here to just get an idea of what it's like.
Yeah, and not just that, but while he's doing that, if anyone else is talking about fiendish attacks, since the school just got attacked.
Yeah, I don't really care much about talking.
Oh, I meant for me.
Oh yeah, sorry. There's
So I want both of you to make perception checks.
Jesus, this I understand now, Drake. When you roll for for Age
Yeah.
of Awakening.
Both of you are just like completely kind of oblivious and kind of taken in by the various sights, and you can't really hear anything over the just general din of people bustling about the city. There's a lot of like carts going, so the sound of like wagon wheels on the cobblestones and just people chattering and all of that just becomes this like overwhelming din, and it's impossible to make out individual conversations or like eavesdrop.
How small? This is important. Case. How small are you?
about 5'5", 5'6", that height range.
Okay. And you're having trouble hearing things and all that. Are you hanging around Carlo? Like near him, walking by him?
Yeah, because it smells better around him.
Yeah, he's just a giant wall of good-smelling tarts right now. That's weird. Anyway, if you were to try to get a better perspective from on high, you actually wouldn't be opposed.
Oh my god!
You can tell he keeps looking at you like your ears going everywhere. You're looking back and forth, trying to, like, there's just a lot going on. You could tell.
Uppies?
So,
Okay.
take you to the front of the shirt and just straight up lift you up and just like plop you back on his shoulders.
Hey! Oh, this is actually pleasant. This feels
All
nice.
right.
Yeah, if you can get a better perspective from up there, could be useful.
Absolutely.
Because I am trying not to smell absolute garbage everywhere we go. I'm sure you could do better work up there.
This is appreciated.
Don't get comfortable.
All right.
But for now, have fun.
Chavo is actually going to try and do a social action here.
Okay.
Since I have the criminal background, I'm going to go ahead and try and network
Okay.
to send a message back home, which is the criminal backgrounds thing.
Cool.
Basically, that we live, we're fine, all according to plan. It's probably going to take months to get there, but he hasn't sent a letter yet, so he's gonna put it through the normal channels. By talking to somebody in the market, which he can surely pick them out because that's where he's from.
Yeah, you are very quickly and very easily able to find a couple of people that you recognize. One of whom is supposed to be kind of like some kind of a priest who you're able to go and pass your message on through. And yeah, you feel pretty confident that this individual is able to carry your message on through.
Okay, big hugs, and we're done.
So eventually, as you guys continue to wander the streets for a little bit, you do eventually come up to the potions and cauldrons shop. As you get up to this store, it's small, quaint, but you can just get this overwhelming scent of herbs and drying plants and flowers. You can see that there's a bit of a chimney that kind of sticks out at an odd angle, and there's just this billowing smoke from some kind of a fire. And you guys are able to head in if you wish. Carlo, do you...
I will have to unhinge this creature from my shoulders.
Okay. You put him down.
Is there anybody else inside the shop?
But first, I was about to head for the door frame. Then I put him down. All right, continue.
There are... inside of the shop, you do see that there is... what appears to be just like a somewhat well-dressed older gentleman who just seems to be kind of browsing, looking through a couple of the barrels of dried herbs and things. And then behind one of the counters is a young kid, probably 14 or so, maybe a little older than that. Appears to be human, pale skin, and he seems to just be kind of like working the counter, and he's just kind of like sitting on probably a stool. You can't really tell, but he does seem to be sitting on something behind the counter, and he's just kind of like rocking, like really bored.
Okay, so Chowbo's thought is get any other patrons out of there and then just close the shop while you're doing business. He comes from a bad place, y'all. That's just how he does it.
I assume I'm already at the counter by the time that's happening, so I'm not going to intervene.
But like Chavo will just kind of try and gently walk the human looking through the barrels out of the shop.
Yeah. Give me an intimidation check. You step in and you step up behind this guy, and he immediately gets the message and it's just like hurries out. And you also see Fulmine. You don't see this happening because you're at the counter at this point, but you do see that the kid at the counter's eyes kind of go a little bit wide, and he gets like very nervous as Zabo shuts the door.
I will stand outside the front door with it closed behind me to make sure nobody else comes in.
I kind of look over my shoulder and then back to the kid. I'm like,
he does this. He does this.
He
guys,
does?
I'm so
Is
sorry.
this a thing he does?
He has like a dark, mysterious past, you know.
Oh, I look to the kid. I'm so terribly sorry. We aren't here. This is not going to be a weird thing. Forgive me. Well met.
Well, actually,
we have a list.
We do have a list. I'm sorry. My name is Fulmine de Leon. I am with the academy. We've been sent to pick up some potions and also some replacement furniture.
And we were told it was very, very important that we get these items as expeditiously as possible, if that was... and with little, like, difficulty, you know?
In case you're not helping.
Okay.
I love it. I love it so much.
We were told to speak to Maven Obescu?
Yeah.
That's my grandma. I'll go get her.
Okay.
Okay.
When he turns around, I look to Case and like, are we shaking down this old woman? What
No,
what
we're not shaking. Guys. We are
We've been sitting here by the
respectable
college.
people. We're respectable, and we have to behave.
I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. If we can get...
Oh, no, you and I are on the same boat. If there's leftover gold, I'm going to that bakery that we passed, and oh my god, absolutely. But we don't need to threaten an old woman.
No, we don't want to burn bridges.
She's a respectable business owner. I'm sure she can handle
I'm sure she could easily
cut low sale.
Where I must ask,
I'm not
where are you
speaking out
from?
loud.
Okay.
Well, do you want to know?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Where are you from?
Somewhere like else, not this continent.
Yeah, like elsewhere.
Elsewhere, yeah.
Elsewhere. I can't say I've heard of
That
elsewhere.
well,
Elsewhere is a place a bit north of Somewhereville, but like, you know.
Do you forget the name of your town?
Uh
It's okay. I also forget where I'm from.
oh.
Meta wise.
Well, if that's the case, then I should say that your outfit does look familiar, at least.
Oh yeah, I'm from. I forget all the names of every
There
place.
you
God, where am I from?
From Tyriku.
I'm from Tyriku.
As you say this, the door at the back of the shop that opens to somewhere kind of like the back rooms of the shop or whatever. You see this old woman comes kind of trundling out with a cane, and then in her hand she has like a little stick, and she points it at all of you and says, "Who the fuck do you think you are to threaten my grandson?"
Oh, there you are. Miss Albesco, I'm so sorry. My comrades have put on a terrible aura. We've been sent by the college. We just need to procure a few things. We have a list and money. We hear nothing shady going on.
Oh yeah, definite business from the college that needs to be attended to as soon as possible.
No, I literally put a hand on Case's head and I looked at this old woman. I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't, they're from elsewhere. I think it's a rough part of the Northern Territories. You know how those foreigners are.
She looks at you, Fulmine. Give me a persuasion check.
Meanwhile, Carlo is melting at the sight of this grouchy, adorable old lady.
Right.
And he wants to assist. Shall I roll persuasion as well? I talk to her.
She seems very distraught, and you can see like the kid is like peeking behind the door, and he looks like scared, but also like intrigued and interested. And she points the stick in your direction, Case, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no!
What's she doing?
We'll find out in just a second.
Oh,
Oh no!
Excellent. She points this wand at you, and you hear her scream, "Web!" And a string of white shoots out and wraps you up in a cocoon. Says, "Oh, college brats always coming knocking on my doors."
I love
right.
her. I start laughing.
Give
I also start snickering.
me your damn list.
Of course, here you go.
Ungrateful brats.
Carlo, huh?
Yes.
Carlo's gonna go over to the kid. Is he still scared?
He's like behind the counter and behind the door, so he's like a decent ways away, but you can come up to the counter and kind of like wave him down.
I'm gonna reach into like my satchel and pull out a flower and give it to the lady.
what kind of treatment is this? The town will hear about this, ma'am.
You just
We are a customer.
you're like screaming through a webbed mouth, and she's just like. She says, "All right, we 75 gold."
Of course, here you are. Is that the actual expected price?
Yeah,
Okay.
and she takes the gems from you and hobbles out behind and like shoves this note into her grandson's chest and says, "All right, pack it up." And she goes, and the two of them go, and you hear them like for quite a while. They start packing stuff into different boxes and things. In that time, eventually, Case, you're able to free yourself from this web. And they come back out and they put down these boxes for you.
During some of that time while they're back there doing the packing, I am going to go like over to the front door and kind of crack it open and stick just my head out and look at Bloodlust like, what? Why is the door closed?
Real quick aside, I would say it looks as though we did get a new subscriber on the channel. Thank you, Flixan.
Hey.
Oh, yay.
I'm sorry. That was I didn't mean to take away from the narrative, but I did want to call that one out because it's super cool and that's a really rad thing that we're happy about. So
It does also all go to charity.
Hell yeah, it does.
Being in present in a shop for charity.
Yeah. So you just see this head stick out, accompanied by a giant hat and feather. Why is the door closed?
Dark and mysterious past.
The door is closed because he knows how to do business properly for me.
But she's an old woman. She's running a business. We're just here to pick up some things.
Yeah, and we're starving college students.
We are not starving. Nobody. Oh, no. Okay, he stands up straight and he like puffs out his chest and kind of brushes his thing and then he kind of like ruffles his fingers through his fur. You listen to me. Understand this. No one goes hungry. Not while Fulmina's here. If you are starving, you come to my room after this. We will fill you as full as you can get.
So suddenly, we're not Carlo comes to attention. Full mean they will absolutely abuse this.
They can abuse it all that they want. No one goes hungry. Not around me.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop my head out also to Zalbo and be like, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile. Closing a shop aggressively isn't a low profile.
Lock the door then.
Then no.
What?
No.
It's a business. We're here doing errands.
We're fine. We don't need to lock the door to be safe. We're fine.
Closed.
As you guys are having this conversation, you do see from down the street, there is the old man that was in the shop with 3 guards.
Oh boy.
Who are coming down. But then you guys hear a sudden screech from behind them, and they all the guards turn. There's a loud, sharp whistle, and they all turn and run in that direction.
Oh shit.
Should we? Do you think it's connected?
You may want to go check that out.
Zalbo, let's go.
Sword's already out.
Okay.
All right.
I'm running with you.
I am sprinting.
All right. I stay at the shop because I have like 10 hit points and haven't healed myself yet.
That's fair.
I'm really amused by this old lady. She's so cute.
Right. Somebody's got to deliver all this furniture. I'm going to wait.
And also
Right.
got stabbed in the chest.
So you guys, a couple of you stay and a couple of you head off. Those of you who stay do start to receive some of the packages with the with that equipment. She does also provide 5 healing potions that are specifically for you guys.
Excellent.
You can choose to use them now or spread them out. It's kind of up to you.
For the time being, I'm going to dole one out to each person that's here, and then I'll hold on to the ones for Bloodlust and Nietzsche.
All right. While that is all going on, Nietzsche and Bloodlust, you start to head off, trying to follow the sound of these the whistles and such. And you can see that a couple of people start to scream and are kind of like running in the opposite direction, away from the chaos. Do you guys continue to run towards it?
Ooh. Zalbo, we should be careful. We should just investigate and run and depart.
Both hands on my sword. It's standing as tall as the gods themselves, and I am sprinting at full speed after the guards.
I mean,
Alright.
I'm keeping up with you if I can. I gotta keep my bodyguard safe.
Yeah, unless one of you has like drastically higher movement than the other.
I mean, I can tabaxi dash, but I'm gonna keep up with them.
Yeah,
waste
no,
that.
I'm normal speeded.
Yeah.
Du-du-du.
You can only tabaxi dash once, so.
Yeah, I know. So that's not really the point.
But yeah, you guys are able to start heading off towards the guards. The guards are pretty far ahead of you. and are already kind of like in full sprint. But as they're running back, both of you can make perception checks.
Guess what I'm not good at?
Me either.
Oh, well, I'm at least I'm better than my charge.
You are.
My mistake, but
Oddly, you have a much worse modifier.
I'm just rolling real bad tonight. Don't you don't have to roast me like that.
Look, if everyone else gets to roast me, it's coming back in full force.
All right. Well, you know what? Come Monday, Drake. Prepare to be roasted.
It's true. I gotta watch my tongue. But you guys head out. Nietzsche, again, it's so loud here. You're really having a hard time.
And I'm really short.
Yeah, that I don't think that affects sound that much, but sure. Whatever you want, whatever helps you sleep at night.
When you're small, sounds small.
Sound doesn't work due to gravity because when you're lower to the earth, the waves get...
Yeah, they get flattened out by gravity.
Well, I meant more just like there's more bodies to absorb sound waves.
Clearly.
Zabo, however, you've grown up in the city. You've lived in busy fish markets your whole life. The sound of crowds is kind of second nature to you. So you're able to pick out a couple of more specific things. And you can hear that a couple of people who are like running and trying to like stop people and tell them to like turn around are basically warning people that dire wolves are attacking.
Oh.
How did they get into the city unnoticed?
It's a good question.
Enormous hand directly on Nietzsche's face. Wolves.
Are you doing this while we're running, or do you stop?
Presumably,
if you stop, you're going to clothesline me.
Like
100%.
Presumably, there's a point we pull up at a crowd.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys kind of hit a point where you have to slow down for a corner, and you are able to kind of like put a hand on Nietzsche and slow him down.
Yeah, I mean, we could head back, but if you're going to go forward, I'm not going to leave you alone.
Killed.
I have a bad feeling about this, but let's go.
All right, you guys keep going.
Well, if I can't abandon my bodyguard. Who's going to protect me if he's not
right.
there?
You guys continue to head out, and do hit a point where you stop seeing people and you start to see bodies.
Oh.
I'm going to... Hey, Salvo, can you throw me on that building? Yeah, and then I'll just jump up and be on top of a building.
No, I cannot.
You go and...
I also have a climb speed, if that helps. I just wanted it to be cool.
It kind of rained recently, and your foot kind of is wet from just this damp streets, and it kind of slips as Zabo tries to flip you up. And you kind of like scramble, accidentally like do that cat thing where a cat falls and immediately digs its claws into Zabo's shoulder.
Oh no!
Scramble up.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's not enough to deal damage, but it really hurts.
Yeah, most of the damage
you scramble up and you climb up onto the building ungracefully, but you do manage to do it. And you can see that across one of the streets is several bodies of a couple of guards, as well as some very large wolves.
How many large wolves?
You count 3 from here.
Salvo, this is a bad idea.
They are dead, for what it's worth.
Oh, the dire wolves or the...
Both. You don't see anybody actively fighting currently. It's just, you see there are 3 dead wolves and a couple of dead guards and quite a bit of blood.
I guess I'll keep... How high is the building I'm on?
It's not very high. It's maybe 2 stories.
Oh, okay. That's still high enough that like no one on the ground could just smack me.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll try to stealthily get closer and see if I can get a better look to see if I can see what's going on at this point.
Sure. You start to climb to the edge. Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yeah, I kind of... Well, yeah. Yes.
Okay, give me a stealth check. And Sabo, what are you going to do? Well, Nietzsche's up there. You kind of see him disappear across the top of the roof.
I'm going to make myself large and obnoxious and walk into the middle of the street, facing down it towards where I think the danger is coming from, with my sword at the ready.
Okay. Yeah, Nietzsche, you kind of head to the corner of the...
Every roll.
Yeah. Fortunately for you, things aren't really paying much attention to above them, but you do kind of see... You don't see a whole lot from here, other than what you already saw. And Zebo, as you kind of start to move through, kind of trying to be imposing, you do hear a final, like, a squelch of something cutting into flesh and a yelp of a very large wolf coming from the distance. And you kind of begin to follow it. As you're going, you do notice that there's this... Nah, you wouldn't notice, actually. Never mind. Carry on.
Carrying on, I will walk in the western sense, just directly down the middle of the road towards the noise.
Yeah, just legs super wide apart, sauntering down.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, you do finally kind of catch up. It seems like things have finally started to settle. Fights don't last super long, but you can see that there is a point where there's a handful of guards that have been pretty heavily injured, big claw marks across their armor. A couple are bleeding very heavily. One is like missing one of his fingers. But there are about 3 more dead dire wolves at their feet.
They have done good work. We keep going.
All right.
Or at least I keep going. I don't know about
I follow him on the rooftops.
Okay. Gonna do your best.
If I'm not, I'm going to try keeping up with him. If it means breaking stealth to keep up with him, I will. But
yeah.
I can do it stealthily.
It's mostly just that you have to end up leaping across a couple of gaps that kind of where you have to get a bit of a running start, so you can't stay super stealthy. But give me an acrobatics check with advantage. All right, you leap forward, kind of scramble across the roofs. Your claws help you kind of get a lot of purchase, even though the roofs are a little bit slick, and you're able to keep up with Zabo pretty easily.
Hardcore.
But yeah, you guys continue to follow that. The rest of you back at the shop, you receive the rest of your items. You guys are able to pick up the boxes. Decently heavy, but Carlo's pretty strong. Unfortunately, these ones don't seem to have any creatures moving about inside of them.
Wonderful.
So you're able to carry them pretty easily.
Wonderful.
What do you guys do?
All right. Once we have it, I think we should start, kind of scurrying out in the direction of that noise and try to find out what happened to him.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys start heading out, trying to follow Nietzsche and Zabo. Eventually, you do come across the road that they had come across, where you can see the dead dire wolves, a couple of guards, and you're able to kind of follow that. Eventually, kind of reuniting with them. Nietzsche, you spot them first. You see a lot of them coming up from behind you guys. Yes. Carlo, Fulmine, and Case, all of you can make perception checks for me.
Okay.
As you guys are going, Fulmine, you notice that around one of the direwolf's paws, there is like a glint of silver that seems out of place. Just like as you're walking, the sun catches it, just almost like a twinkle in an RPG when there's a secret item there.
All right, I'm gonna stoop and check it out.
Okay. Yeah, you head down, and it appears to be a somewhat tarnished, but a silver necklace with a little like heart charm at the end.
Oh, that's curious. Does it look like it was recently discarded, or like has it been caked in mud and stuff?
It looks older, like it looks a little bit beat up, and it's a little bit muddy. But the thing that's weird about it is it's wrapped around the paw almost like a bracelet.
Huh.
Lycanthropy.
I was paying attention in class. He gives you a look for me.
What do you mean?
Well, he was talking something about lycanthropy, about transformation, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised he never used it on himself, honestly. He needs so much help. But anyway.
Well, he's already a canine. I'm pretty sure it would have done.
Well, he has such tiny legs.
Maybe it's connected to all the lycanthropy potions being destroyed earlier today.
Or it could be. Well, whether it's good fortune or evidence, we should probably take this, and I will
We should.
take this over and kind of put it in a pocket.
So, Carlo, you were explicitly paying attention in class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check with advantage.
Okay. See? Class gives you advantage.
Well, sleeping gave me nothing. I gained nothing by sleeping through class.
Intelligence check.
What a loser.
Oh, it's down here.
Ooh!
Hell yeah.
In fact, it does help you.
Okay, so remembering back to the discussion, this doesn't strike you as lycanthropy for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, you're aware that a common trait, it's not necessarily universal, but a lot of curses, lycanthropy included, when something dies, they revert to their original form. And these are still very much dire wolves. The other thing is that, assuming that this necklace is actually silver, lycanthropy causes a severe allergic reaction to silver, so you don't imagine that any sort of lycanthrope would willingly and actively wear silver.
Right.
Right, okay. Well, this thing is silver, and that kills the, werewolves. It couldn't have been.
Oh, that is bizarre.
Though it is strange.
Or perhaps it's
Perhaps a
just
pet?
good fortune then.
Is there any initials on it?
There are not. It just seems to be a plain little, like it's fairly thin, but yeah, it appears like a young teenage girl's necklace.
So it's a necklace that was worn like a bracelet.
Yeah, it's definitely like a necklace, but it is wrapped around the paw almost like it was a bracelet.
Can I investigate the corpse of the wolf?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I could insight check this corpse, but I can't. It's dead.
Could I either help or also investigate the corpse?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have
You can
we
definitely.
regrouped?
Yeah, you guys are
Okay.
close enough that you can have regrouped if you want.
Cool.
What would be the best thing to roll? Was it supposed to be investigation?
Yeah, probably investigation.
Why did it roll it 3 times? I clicked it once.
So 17 is still very good. 12 isn't terrible. In case you kind of look across the corpse, it appears to be a dire wolf.
Yeah. That's a wolf.
Yeah, it's a big old wolf.
Sure is a
Luigi,
wolf.
looking at these things, first of all, dire wolves are huge. Like they're
Horse
very
size,
massive. They're obvious. This is a walled city, and you guys are in the middle of the city.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sneak in here.
That strikes you as very strange.
Right. This thing was like conjured or summoned. There's
Yeah.
no way it came in through the wall.
Do I feel any like lingering magical effects on this creature?
Do you have any sort of like a detect magic or anything like that?
I don't. I have Arcana proficiency.
You could try and do an Arcana check.
I was gonna say, I thought that was the plan because detect magic's gone.
So
Also, I think my magic's level 2 now, so I don't think it's gonna
specifically, detect magic will let you see active effects and things as normal, but you can use Arcana checks to. A lot of magic requires active physical changes, typically, at least at the casting of it. So you can use Arcana to kind of point out those sorts of things much more easily. So if you see runes from... so things for like magic weapons typically will need to have runes inscribed on them. So you can use Arcana to like detect that and also possibly to sense lingering magic. But it's imperfect is the thing.
Perfect.
Whereas detect magic is much more like accurate, and you get a bit more detail on like the schools and the nature of the magic.
Right. That makes sense. Cool.
But yeah, it's just not a ritual anymore because you can use Arcana to kind of like supplement that a bit more.
Yeah.
Unless you have some feature that explicitly lets you use it as a ritual.
Sure.
No.
Like I think the Warlock Invocation. But anyways, Nietzsche, you weirdly don't sense any magic. Like, you check the fur very thoroughly. One way that sometimes people will activate magic, especially on people, is through either scarification or through like tattooing. And you do a thorough check. It's a little tough because these wolves are obviously covered in very thick fur, but you can't see any indications of that.
This is I got nothing, guys.
But yeah, as you guys are kind of continuing, eventually, pretty quickly, after you guys kind of take some time to investigate, a couple of the guards do show up and they kind of shoot you off and basically, hey, this is a crime scene. What are you doing?
Wait. Okay. We're students from the College of Camlann, and we're essentially on a bit of a assignment at the moment. My friends can corroborate my claims, right?
Yes, we were sent out to get
Depending.
potions and all of this started.
Well, not just that, but they wanted to see us out in the field, Adventurers College and all that. So, would we be allowed to be privy to any information that you've come across in this strange situation? I mean, these are dire wolves. Why are they in the middle of the city?
Give me a deception check.
Yes.
I like to
yeah.
imagine that Case does an actual tiny fist bump right there, just like, yes!
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh no, Case!
No.
You beautiful tragedy, you.
It was such a good... It was a good effort. Did you say... well, technically... ones are not an instant fail, so I should roll for him just to make sure.
Oh.
You're in a dream!
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh god, no!
Okay. Well, be that as it may, we can't actively provide you with this information. However, if this is the case, please have one of your educators come and speak with our superiors. But until then, I do need to ask all of you to step away from the crime scene.
I will ask one thing. Do I hear any sounds of currently ongoing fighting?
Sure, give me a perception check. No. And based on his demeanor, it doesn't seem like there's any more chaos currently going on.
Fair enough, yeah.
The whistles were actively like very loud. It was a way for the guards to all communicate very quickly in the city, and you don't hear anything like that.
Then I shall put my enormous sword away and step back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where do you put it?
On his back.
Yeah, on my back.
When we were walking this way, did we see? Was it just like law keepers' bodies, or was there also like civilians?
There was a couple of civilians.
Okay.
But it seemed like the guards got to the scene pretty quickly. The guards are called the Knights of the Round here, and they're pretty active in patrolling the city. So, yeah, they got to it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Would I have any reason to believe that holding on to this silver chain is going to get us indicted later on? Or in any sort of law trouble?
Give me an insight check.
Insight. Okay.
Yeah. You think if you get caught, but they aren't searching you guys currently.
Okay, understood.
But yeah, they kind of you guys back off, and unless you have any other questions for the guards, they kind of let you go.
Nope, that's fine. As we're walking back, we did have 2 gold left over from the shopping trip, so if you'd like to stop by the bakery, we could get something small.
Yeah, that would sound lovely. I also need to buy more ink since I dumped mine out.
Oh yeah, probably. That's expensive. That is very expensive.
My dad has money.
I see.
Would any of you like replacement robes from the kerfuffle earlier?
Always take a new outfit.
You would have noticed that even though he casts spells and it uses part of his kimono, it just returns back to it. So his clothes are fine.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, I could certainly deal with something new. I feel like I stand out.
I think at your size, you're always going to stand out. But take pride. Well, it's a good look.
Well, there's that, which is fine, but the clothing. Is it not fashionable as elven wear? Are they not popular here?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert on fashion, I'll say... what the fuck should I roll?
Well, I'm gonna roll insight on that.
Roll a charisma check for taste.
Yay!
Okay, let's see.
Oh, not a save. Wait, where the fuck is it again? I'm sorry.
The skills page at the very bottom, unskilled charisma.
Oh. Nietzsche's pretty nice. For insight.
I am...
Oh no!
God. Case has terrible taste.
Why is it that every time we roll for something that matters, it's always bad?
This is literally Case's thing. It's his entire story. He just doesn't know about elves, maybe.
So, Sai, every single time you've said, oh yes, prior to making a roll, you've rolled a natural 1 on it, so stop doing that.
just wait until you roll.
I mean, I love you and I love Case, but stop jinxing yourself.
At the moment, there's a lot of screaming. Everyone's covered in crap from everything. Everything looks awful. Everything looks awful to me. So I can't effectively judge it right now. So there.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, I'm always willing to trust you if you have an interest in clothing and fashion. I'd like to know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the robes I'm wearing myself are tailor-made by me. and I'd be willing to make anything else for you if you have any specific specifications. If not, Well, and I'd be happy to improvise.
He's thinking thoughtfully, and then he gets this look like that. And then he continues on his way.
I might actually need this cape brought in a bit. It's a bit big for me.
All right.
That's big for you,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't understand capes.
he says, staring at the feather.
Oh, no. The feather's meant to be big.
Not big enough. I can see bigger.
You've seen lots of feathers. It is a statement for sure. I like it.
I do too. Maybe it could be exemplified a little, or maybe you could make it make it your spitting image and everything, the symbol that represents you.
This, and he kind of like motions to the little crest on his hat that has that same lion thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's fantastic.
hell's no! It does not represent me. I represent it.
Oh,
What is it?
It's the crest of House Leon.
Oh, you're from a house.
Yeah, far to the west, on the shores of Percival.
I'm from a house too. House of the Fox.
House of the Fox. Have I heard of the House of the Fox?
You can give me a history check.
Guess who's bad at history? Oh my god.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So the weird thing is that the House of the Fox is actually pretty well known to you. It is a Tyrican house that is very. They take up the kind of literally the opposite, the southern section of Tyriku, and they have a lot of control over mercantile relationships with Camelot. So you probably would have heard of them as a result of that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I'm Nietzsche. I'm the heir.
Oh, well, I just wanted to see you. We should get introduced officially at some point. We have been thrust into all this all of a sudden. Maybe over wine when we get back.
Ah, yes.
With a
And maybe
tender.
cheese.
Yes, and of course cheese.
Oh, and bread. Oh,
I have so much. Speaking of which, though, this bakery, I insist, it smells too good. We must try it. And I will.
just throwing this out there. I'm not hammering down on your abilities or anything, but wouldn't a true master of the culinary arts want to only sample things that made by their own hand?
Oh, no, the word only is the death of freedom. I want to sample everything. Good, bad, far, near. It's all for the tasting. New is the important part.
I like this perspective. With a 10, though, do I know anything about the full mean gobbly something house?
House Leon.
House Leon.
can I also make a check?
Sure. You can give me a history check.
Please, dear God, roll well. Somebody has to know it.
Am
I proficient in history? No.
will also roll.
Perfect.
Well, I tell you what, I'm listening. I'm gonna roll, but I won't say anything either way.
Excellent. Hell yeah, I'd take it to my grave. Yes!
Sorry, you're just not famous.
Yeah, it's completely foreign to all of you.
And it's a small house. You've probably never heard of it.
To be fair, myself and Nietzsche are from multiple countries away.
Yeah. Actually, Full Mean is the only person that's from here. So it makes sense that none of you would know him.
Right.
Oh, it's beautiful. It has a wonderful view of the sea.
The
And it's-
sea.
And it's real.
Of course it's real. Where do you think I got all this?
I mean, it's not too hard to make something out of that fabric.
Oh, well, good. I could use more.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we didn't actually have any gold left over from the shopping trip, so Full Mean spends 2 of his own gold buying bakery stuff for everyone.
Aw.
I was
chip in
about to
too.
say, while Chabo will definitely open a tab and get everybody started. So
Yeah, I think also she actively told us it was the exact amount of money we had. So
Oh, yeah. No.
we know. I'll chip in a gold too.
Excellent.
How much is my ink? I can look it up.
Spoiler, it's 10 gold. It's crazy expensive.
Is ink 10 gold?
Ink is
Yeah.
10 gold.
Oh god, why did I pour that out?
Yeah. Ink is very expensive. You, I do need to make some price adjustments to make the economy actually make any level of sense.
It does kind of track that you would not think that it was expensive because you're from up north where they make it, and we don't have ink down here. Like, this is not where ink is made.
We just always have ink.
Yeah, metal gets imported from the west, ink gets imported from the north. We don't have either one.
You guys don't have squids down here? Just milk the squids.
And the rich boy realized that shit's expensive.
The big issue is that the coast of a lot of Camelot is not good ecologically. Currently, the entire northern coast is covered by the Sundering, which is a death trap, and then to the kind of southeast is La Mer de Morgana, which is tainted by Avalon. So that only leaves the southern and very narrow parts of the western kind of reaches as reasonable for any sort of fishing, which is literally the complete opposite end of the country from where you are currently.
Oh.
So yeah, ink is a little bit more expensive.
Do you think I get reimbursed for this? I take so many notes.
You can
painted?
So although you can't find some you can find some ink, it costs you 5 gold pieces.
Oh, thank God.
Because you're a student. Or you can just buy some lead pencils. Or charcoal crayons if you want to be a peasant.
Yeah, or chalk if you want to go even cheaper.
Yeah. I'm okay with being a pet.
Yeah, chalk is
Hold on.
literally a copper.
Wait, doesn't chalk erase too easily?
Yes.
I need to keep these notes forever.
Okay, then yeah, you're probably going to want ink then. So
I'm going to have to write a letter home.
Blood and a quill often works.
Oh. Looks around all the dead bodies around here. You don't say.
I'd obviously mine, but I think it was
Also,
away.
he actively, you've seen him in class, he's just using a calligraphy brush. He doesn't use quills. He uses brushes.
I guess if we are buying things, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe shopping for seeing what everyone would think about if they do want outfit design stuff and seeing if they're willing to give me the gold for it, but as well as if any materials catch my eye, I would like to buy some and maybe buy.
Also,
I'm not sure if this is a thing you can buy. Can we buy forgery kits?
yeah, they wouldn't be called a forgery kit, but you can buy a kit or the equipment that would become a kit pretty easily.
Do you not have one? Do you need one?
Do you have one?
Yes.
Do you plan on using it?
Yeah, sure. Just ink's expensive, so.
Okay, I'll split your ink if you let me use your forgery kit.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so you guys split some ink, replace it, and you guys have a joint forgery kit that you can share.
Yeah. I got my background, so I've had it for a while.
Oh, on the topic of inventory management, while we're at the bakery, I hand your potions, so everybody should now have a potion of healing.
Also, Carlo's been wondering to
flavor is
God
it?
for several minutes. Flavor? It's doo-doo flavor. Carlo's been wondering to God for several minutes. What do you mean tainted by Avalon? On the coast? What could possibly corrupt
That's
the waters?
That's a question. Give me a history check. This is going
I
to be...
am from this place.
You are.
Oh, you are? I thought I was the only token European.
Yeah. You know.
Interesting.
Oh, that's where your accent's from. You're European.
You're from the region, and you know that there's... there's just like a weird magical like residue in the area. You aren't sure of the origin of it, but you know that a lot of the beings, at least the few remaining like pure-blooded fey creatures, elves, satyrs, dryads, those sorts of entities that live there, they can't leave.
Oh.
And you aren't entirely sure why, but you do know that Avalon is a particularly unique location in terms of its just geographically and just in its overall presence, the creatures that live there, and why. You don't know a whole lot else about like why that is historically.
Avalon is weird. Maybe it would corrupt water. Okay.
Does anyone else find it strange that there was like 3 attacks in the same day in the same city?
Maybe. Is that strange, or is this just a dangerous world?
A
Well,
bit of both.
Bit of both?
Yeah, I mean, the 3 in one day is quite a lot, but it's also a fairly dangerous world. So, yeah.
At the very least, it is strange to see it so deep into the city.
Yeah, it's just I don't know who the mother is, but that Tsukumogami.
I'm sure there were some attacks that were behind closed doors, which we weren't privy to. Like,
I mean, the room that was on fire. Does anyone know what part of the what department that was? I have it written down so I can find it later on the map. But
Yeah, all of you guys can roll a just straight intelligence check to see how much of the school you know about.
It's not the kitchen.
I've just been wandering.
it's not the
It's not the
kitchen.
kitchen. It's not the fencing ground. It's not the herbalism or alchemy area.
I've been so focused on my hideous
Ooh, Salbo.
All right. That one case. Both of you actually are aware that is a more or less the abandoned observatory.
oh yeah, that area that lit in fire was the observatory, and if I were to say, maybe like that's where the delinquents go. You know?
Yeah, but like observatory for the stars.
Yeah, it was essentially the astrology department, but because the College of Camlann is built kind of into the side of the Pendragon Mountains, or on a plateau in the Pendragon Mountains, it means that a lot of even with how tall the observatory is, the mountains still prevent a lot of astrological exploration and observation. So the facilities were just kind of not ideal. As a result, people started to lose interest. There were better places to go and study astrological interests. Specifically, Iron Sand is a very much bigger as far as like astrological knowledge and investigation. And so the facility just kind of fell into disrepair. They still have faculty members that run the department, and there are still people that do kind of come and take classes there periodically, but it's very underused. It's kind of fallen into disrepair. So yeah, it's largely kind of considered this like weird, like, don't go over there, that's where ghosts are.
What would devils want with the destruction of the observatory?
That's a department for clowns. A clown department, if you will.
And actually, I don't know, maybe would Bloodlust have any interest in astrology at all?
Passively, in the same way that he has an interest in, games of chance and that sort of thing, where they are of course, reputed to be able to build one's ability martially. But he's also dumber than a sack of hammers, so he doesn't get how or why. So he is interested in them. He doesn't know why he should be.
Okay. Because you got a nat 20, it's possible that in passing, because you guys have been in class for about 2 weeks at this point, Sabo, you probably just overheard the teachers talking while you were kind of like figuring out where to go and all of your different classes and meeting the staff and that sort of thing. Probably overheard just kind of casually in conversation. It got brought up somehow that the previous kind of dean and head of the astrology department went missing 16 years ago.
Okay. He's also not very subtle, so he will kind of tug on Nietzsche's sleeve, try and pull him aside to tell him as much.
Just imagine you tugging on his sleeve and just yanking him like 10 feet.
Yeah, you're just
Into a wall,
flying.
like, come here. Just throws him up. Oops. What's up? I mean, yes?
Someone went missing there long ago.
Interesting.
And that's all. He is not going to elaborate.
He just gives you a nice nod, like, thank you. I guess I'm wondering if this is something we should keep our nose out of, though. I don't want to get in trouble.
Shut.
Did you say shove?
No, shrug.
Shrug, okay. They said
Like-
shove. Just shoves him over.
You are fully allowed to come to your own conclusions there. Bloodlust has passed the relevant information on to you, so do with it as you will. And then he will just kind of pick you up and put you back at the table.
As you guys are having this conversation, I assume we've gathered in at the bakery, and they do come out with some freshly baked bread for all of you. It's this very delicious, it's like a white bread, but it's been the top has been glazed with kind of caramelized honey.
Whoa.
Where's the rice?
Yeah, it's very, very rich and soft and delicious. Freshly baked.
They're too good to me, Rico.
Wait. Should we wait until we have cheese and wine with it, or should we just
No,
just eat it now?
heavens, no, it won't be warm. Eat it now, eat it now.
Just like
I mean,
I just go for it.
if you learn to make this, I will be permanently in your debt.
Well, I'm not interested in having anyone under my serfdom, but I am interested in learning how to make this, so it can probably be done.
You could make a cooking tools check to see if you can deconstruct it and figure out how to make it.
Now.
You have some ideas. It'll take some testing.
All right. This is like a thing I'm actively trying to break down and study, right?
Yeah, if you want.
Can I? I'm gonna slap myself with one of these when I run into a roadblock and see if it helps.
Sure.
This is what you use this
Hell yeah, it is 14.
14. Yeah, you have some pretty good ideas of how you could potentially remake this. Obviously, you can't do it now because you're
Right.
in the middle of town. So it'll take some time for you to actually test and make sure that you know how. But at least you have a decent tongue, and you're able to kind of pick apart what ingredients you think that this is. And just based on your own kind of recipes, you're trying to figure out how did they get this so fluffy, and how they add when did they add the honey? Did they let it rise and cook first, or did they do it part way or right at the beginning, like that sort of thing.
Excellent.
And you have a couple of theories about it that you think could get a pretty accurate facsimile.
Perfect.
Could
You know
you
what it needs
imagine
is some
trying to
cayenne.
knead cayenne?
Yeah,
Ooh. Could you imagine trying to knead dough with fur?
sounds miserable.
It sounds absolutely miserable.
You
That's
full
what-
body hairnets.
I mean, I guess I have gloves. Should we buy some ingredients so you can practice?
Oh,
Good old red gloves.
well, perhaps that might be a good idea, but I might have to come back after I have found a little work at the college.
Oh, yes.
Troubles with with finances for me?
Oh, no, never a trouble. Just a delay, a setback. I need to, find some way to fund my next adventure, you know?
Of course. Not every house can afford to fund every heir to it.
Well, let's just say that our house has hit a bit of a pickle lately. We have better things to spend our money on.
Fair.
Can
I-
always.
You hiding something from us?
Kind of like
Just to
spread-
be honest, right?
He's looking at you with these big eyes, like with the cinnamon roll, whatever the heck he just ate in his mouth.
Everyone is so suspicious. Why are you? Nobody questioned his House of the Fox.
So you've got two enormous boys just stuffing their faces with bread while you're all talking about being nobles.
Politics.
He's happily stuffing his bread in his face himself.
Yeah, for the record, Full Mean is like a very eager eater. He's just probably stuffing his face too in between dissecting it.
And Carlo puts a finger up. He's like, both names to me for reference sounded completely fake. So,
Absolutely.
Oh, that's
will
because I made it up.
trust-
Wink.
No, wait, nobody has. We mentioned we were going to do introductions over wine later, but I think this one can come now. We both gave our houses. You said you're from here. What house are you from? You dress like you're from a house.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't dress like I'm from here,
You,
as far as I can tell.
you dress like you have money.
I'm very busy eating.
What? So be-
I just like to hear the
Mysterious
stories,
past.
Nobles are interesting folk.
Oh, you
Never
you wake
mind.
up and then you do stuff and then you go to sleep.
Alright.
Suffice to say that if you have heard any stories of House Leon, they're probably terrible and the place is under new management, so I'm here to write a new one.
Ooh,
Is
you have a
that
mysterious
so?
backstory. Do you have a mysterious dark mysterious backstory? Does everyone have a dark mysterious backstory?
What? No, I grew up in a house and now I travel.
I mean,
Well,
most people live in houses.
well, you see this dark backstory, and then he refers over to bloodless, dark backstories. They have different effects on people.
And you don't have any, Carlo?
Well, I have my own stories for sure. But never mind that. It's just, we're here. We're all here for a new life, aren't we?
Sure.
He
well,
raises a glass to that, but his mouth is full.
I will as well.
I mean, I'll raise my glass as well.
Anyway, we have been out here for like 2 hours and we can only milk the direwolf attack for so much. We should probably get these things delivered.
We were just told before sunset.
That's true.
The sun starts setting.
Oh shit, let's go.
We gotta run! If we don't make it back in time, we will instantly die.
We gotta move the sun, guys!
Oh,
You guys,
It's like what was that one movie with Vin Diesel when he was on the planet that like as the sun came up, it was just incinerating everything. It's like that, but the moon.
God, I feel that on a spiritual level in real life.
I mean, you live. Yeah, well, you live
Yeah.
on the sun.
Yeah. It hurts.
you guys are able to all like quickly pack up your things and you start to head out. Quickly making your way up the across the bridge and up to the college, and get the things delivered. Do find Professor Wiggins as well as What was her name again?
Duval
Mavon.
or the other one?
Mavon? Blah, 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 blah.
That was the vendor.
Professor Edgar is
Edgar.
the herbalist and potions teacher. Are very grateful for your assistance.
Has our new little friend done any talking?
Not yet, unfortunately. However, we do have him. Professor Ringwood has them contained, and we will be interrogating them and seeing if we can find any further information about this mother character.
Yeah, and I will dictate to the best of my memory the exact wordage he used with me when I talked to him.
But for now, all of you have done very well. Go rest up. Proven yourselves quite capable. I'll be sure to keep in touch. If you're all interested, there are a couple of extracurricular activities that I think that once several of you have recovered, you could all be quite capable of. If you'd like, I could recommend you to them.
Oh, yes, please.
Are
Especially
these-
if it's extra credit.
Especially if it is paid work. Is this for credit or is this for credits?
Well, credit, but there is a possibility of further financial gain.
Oh, this sounds intriguing. I'm interested.
I'll stick around, all of you, for a bit longer.
Well, I will keep it in mind, and I'll let you know as soon as I hear back. But yes, you've all had a very long day, and you've done a lot, so please go back to your rooms, rest, get yourselves a lovely bath, go speak with Lemus, and he'll get you cleaned up.
Oh, yes.
Bloodlust is
That
going
sounds
to his room, taking off his
amazing.
armor, and then walking naked through the hallways into the bath.
Oh.
Excellent.
Right, Carlo's gonna go check in his room and see what his roommate is doing. Is he there? Is she there? What's going on?
Yeah, he's there, and he is not breathing as you left him. No, he's there. It's late at this point, and he's gotten back, and they're just actually.
What kind of roommate do I got? Woohoo.
I was going to say, tell us about our
Yeah.
roommates.
Yeah, I want to know this roommate.
Carlo, your roommate is currently passed the fuck out.
Can you tell me anything more? Is he a Goliath, occupying 90% of the room?
He is not, actually. He appears to be gnomish, takes up a very tiny amount of the room, is very polite and a little bit kind of mousy, appears to be... he seems to be studying primarily to work for the Order. So he does a lot of like religious studies and spends a lot of time in the library. You hardly ever see him. You see him at night when he comes into the room and passes out, and that's about it.
Okay, so now some insight into Carlo's life for the last few days. He's been really wanting to hate his roommate, but since he's so small, he's just so tiny. He does all of his tiny things. He peeks in there and it gives him a sinister look, but then it fades, and he's like, he's so tiny.
He's curled into
I
a ball and
close his
swatting
door.
I must protect this pocket-sized boy.
Uh-huh.
I know. Okay, Carlo, tiny things. They're just so precious. Anyways, he looks in real sinister and then closes a door all creepy-like, and he's like, oh.
Checking to see if your son's playing his DS under his bed.
He's smaller than Hione's pillow.
Then he opens the door again because he remembers what he was doing and gets stuff ready for a bath because that sounds glorious.
What are the rest of our roommates like?
I was gonna say we already kind of described mine, but do I know his name?
Yeah, you know his name is Austin.
Excellent.
Carlo, you know that your roommate's name is Cavalier.
Oh.
Specifically Cavalier Bureau.
Oh. Cavalier. Bureau?
Yep, Bureau.
Interesting. So he would fit inside of a never mind. This isn't relevant anymore. He likes him. He likes him. It's okay. It's okay. Carry on.
Yeah, it'd be cool to know my roommate too, if that's not too much trouble.
Well, I'm gonna jump up to Bloodlust's first because we already like partially indicated some of his qualities. Bloodlust's roommate is a orcish man, but he's from Iron Sand, so he's got kind of this like weird, almost like kind of protruded like snout and very large and pronounced tusks.
Mm-hmm.
Hogfather.
Oh no.
And lots of pole arms.
Yeah, he is a full fighter, kind of like you. You two have probably like bonded on both being kind of quite similar. You're both pretty quiet and also take a lot of the same courses, which has unfortunately meant that you both have very similar equipment, which is large. But he's also pretty quiet and stays out of the way. And you would know that his name is Elephant.
Elephant. Okay.
I love the thought that they just grumpily look at each other, gave himself a similar glare and grunt, and they're like,
Yeah.
tolerable. I like you.
Yup.
Occasional fighting in the literal quietest, shared room on the floor. I'm here for it. I like Elephant.
Yeah, in spite of the fact that it makes your room very cramped, you two actually probably get along pretty decently. You kind of both have, your space and limitations.
And no patience for small talk because it sucks. So yeah, I've got the best roommate. Sorry, y'all.
It's true. Although you might have a. Yeah, you definitely have a better roommate than Case. Case, your roommate unfortunately is this this goblin named Benson, who he's kind of like Carlo's roommate. He's studying at the Order. Got in on a recommendation by one of the priests, but he has just no sense of personal space whatsoever, and he just like sprawls all of his shit everywhere constantly. It's just a real miserable living situation at times. You have to constantly like move all this shit out of the way.
It just makes it easier to steal a shit.
I guess if I were to react to that, he's. I spend some days, if we occupy the room at the same time, just staring blankly at him, smiling in the middle of the room while he throws all his shit around in an attempt to maybe intimidate the little creature.
Okay, give me
wordlessly. Maybe I've said at least 3 words to him, but yeah.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check just to see if you can get him to start cleaning up his shit. Yeah, after like the first week of this crap, you give him a firm look and talking to, and he still leaves shit just everywhere, but he has, like, you've set up a boundary where you've, like, made a chalk line through the room, and he keeps his stuff on his side of the room. It does still mean that half of the room is a gross mess, but at least your stuff isn't being, like, affected by the sprawling mess.
The moment a single thread crosses this line, you probably won't be leaving this room either.
Oh,
Damn. What's my roommate like?
Your roommate. Your roommate's pretty cool. He's a bird folk, but he has this kind of rooster-like head, a big red, whatever the fuck the roosters things are called, crown,
Crest, I think.
crest, yeah,
it's calm down.
one of those. Yeah, his red pompadour is in full display. He's got, like, long, flowing black feathers. And he has this, like, he's very regal, and but he's exceedingly polite. Very, like, happy to just, like, give you as much space as you need, even though he's, like, a good foot taller than you and takes up quite a bit of room. He's always, like, very conscious of it. And you probably talked to him a little bit. He's primarily studying, like, illusion magic and stuff like that.
I respectfully keep my side of the room, and probably even less since I don't need as much space.
What's his name?
He is a name. Goro.
Sick. Oh, me? My name? You want to know my name? Me?
So yeah, those are your roommates. Goro, Benson, Alphen, Austin, and Cavalier Bureau.
Excellent.
I totally guessed on the spelling. Was I even close?
Extremely close. It's actually just an F instead of PH.
Okay, fair enough.
Is Goro just Goro?
Yep.
I definitely have to imagine our room is the most comfortable being nude and also incredibly strong. Because that's how bros work.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Manliest room in the college.
I mean, I'm close enough to the bath that I will walk nude to it. So
Fogs of Axe body spray just emanate from
Oh,
it.
no.
They hide all of the privates. Just box of axe.
excuse me, I use mole body spray.
Whoa.
It will beat you senseless with its scent.
You guys all eventually kind of, like, if you want, you can bathe separately or together. The baths are essentially just, like, large rooms with a bunch of tubs, so people just kind of go in there. They're, like, kind of public shower type areas, essentially. But there are two separate spaces for just to accommodate all of the people here. But yeah, as you go in, there are a couple of baths set up, as well as a little kind of a bell sort of a situation, and you can pull the cord and the bell will ring. And when you do, out of a pipe that is kind of set into the wall, you see a appears to be like liquid begins to pour out, but almost like gelatinous, and two hands kind of pull against the wall, and this thing slides out, and you see what appears to be a water elemental.
What?
Is okay.
And you guys would be aware that this guy is named Lemus, and he essentially controls the baths for the dorm rooms, as well as a lot of the water throughout the campus.
Is he employed or is he enslaved?
A little bit of both.
Oh my God.
Controls. He controls the baths, but is he the bath?
No.
Okay,
But
thank God.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
I thought this
Oh.
was going to be like a soap elemental, and shit was going to get like real weird. I was
No.
okay.
They're just capable of pulling the water through the pipes much more easily than trying to, actually figure out water pressure and stuff.
Set up a positive pressure system, yeah.
Right.
God
So
forbid
they,
university does this. Yuck.
So yeah, they essentially every bath here, as well as a couple of other facilities, have a couple of water elementals that come in, and then they are able to pull water up and fill the baths, and also temperature control it and that sort of thing for you.
Okay.
So you guys can call on them, and then they get the baths ready for you before they go and slide back into the pipe and go back to wherever they stay.
Okay.
Just, slurping on Glorpo, like you do.
Yeah. Nietzsche specifically summons his boy to go sit here.
My boy.
And waits until the bath is empty for him to go in and bathe. He just stays up studying and copying over his notes and waits for it to be gone. Everyone to be gone before he goes and gets clean.
Okay.
He's a shy boy.
I will also be that freak that probably always bathes in their underwear. But
I'm never nude.
I'm never nude. Oh,
never knew.
From The Sims.
there are dozens of us. Dozens.
Literally dozens.
Well,
Most students are at this college anyway. Like,
A lot.
okay,
Let's see here. Just the second level dorms holds about 76 students. And then there's the upper levels, which are kind of like more like apartment style. They're like nicer suites that hold another large group of students. And that's just the people that like live on campus. And then a lot of people just walk from Camlann up every day. So, yeah, it's pretty decent. There's a lot of different faculties and a lot of students. There's probably 700 plus here.
gotcha.
Okay.
Well, for the record, Carlo has absolutely no shame. He's going in and enjoying himself.
Yeah, same.
Uh,
Fomian is over the age of 30 at college, which means he's that guy.
Like that guy who like talks to you next to
Oh
the
yeah,
urinal?
yeah.
Or,
No,
oh,
that's the
God.
one. Well, maybe not. No. He's better. He's more socially aware than that. But he does just like walk straight into the showers, like it's totally normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
There are like curtains that you can draw to give yourself a little bit of privacy. It's not like there's just baths lined together.
I thought you just meant like it was like in Shanghai noon or whatever, where there's just like tubs right next to each other.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was picturing too. Just a bathhouse.
You could technically do that, but there are curtains that, if you want to have them drawn for some privacy, you can.
Yeah. Then, if that was the case, then Nietzsche probably would be fine then.
As would I probably. Maybe this can be a fun.
And then he can talk through the curtains.
Excellent.
Are you mocking me?
Yeah, you guys all
No.
set up and have your baths get cleaned up. And eventually, you guys are able to settle in for the night. Unless you had anything else you want to chat about.
Let's break into the observatory right now.
That would be nice.
I'm just joking. Let's not do that. I can't get suspended.
Forgive me, I do have to ask. Are both of you criminals? Is that...
No, I'm just joking.
Okay, you'll have to get... At the shop, what was... Your attendant...
He doesn't listen to me.
No, I see.
He's supposed to protect me, and he just kind of does what he does.
Well,
I tried to tell... you saw me. I tried to talk to him, be like, hey, let's not do this, and he's just like, And that's kind of that.
I assume that he thinks, he knows how best to protect you. I must say, you were quite something in that fight.
You, criminal might be a bit harsh, but I will say I don't like being taken advantage of, if that's...
Oh, you're preaching to the choir. I hear that loud and clear.
Yeah.
Can be fun, but what do you... I can't barely hear what you guys are saying. He's over in the corner as a minor spectacle trying to talk with Bloodlust.
So now that he's wet, does he like look like 20 pounds lighter? Is he just like what does his physique look like when his fur isn't poofed out?
Who?
Carlo.
Carlo. Oh.
Excuse me, we're in the exclusive gentleman's bath.
Oh, they're in the gentleman's bath. I'm sorry. You guys enjoy your gentlemanness.
But
the large lads washing lounge, if you will.
He's like half trying to listen to you guys because Bloodlust isn't saying too much. But yeah, Carlo is like, it's weird. Like, you know, like that model look. It just kind of like, it looks like everything is showy in a way. Like he works out, but he works out in such a way that he does it for show.
Gotcha, you have the glamour muscles.
The glamour, yeah. Like, it's weird. Like, it doesn't seem... It looks nice, but it's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Like, that's not like a blacksmith kind of build, you know.
Right.
It's not a utility build.
You're not out there throwing barrels. You're like, no. You're doing your workout to look good.
Mm-hmm. But he's sitting there having a silent sort of eye conversation with Bloodlust as much as he can. He's also trying to speak to him, like, Bloodlust.
Oh. And he won't get ignored by any means. Bloodlust just doesn't talk a lot.
I see. He'll mention something about... well, he's mostly curious about Ichi. What... How did you get trapped with this... this one here? It seems like quite a bit to manage.
If it's better for the scene, we can all be in the same one.
True. You can all come over too.
I was about to say, yeah. I mean, this is the closest one to Bloodlust, so he would go for that one rather than walking all the way down the hall.
Looks exactly enough for my show. I'm the smallest, so I should be in the corner.
I imagine part of what happens is that, like, as we get back, it's like we were going to talk over to wine, but all of these rooms are so small. I think it might be best if we find a meeting place that is outside of one of these rooms. Also, bless him, Austin, my roommate, I think he'd be overwhelmed if we tried to fit 6 people in there.
Oh, he seems like the sort that could use a bit more socialization.
Oh, he could, and I've been trying to squeeze it out of him, but one small step at a time.
People who... introverts don't like that.
Yep.
Bloodlust can kick everyone out of this bathroom if anyone else comes in, clothes and all. But
fast forward to the future. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
All good.
Just point at Nietzsche. Look at Carlo. Made the promise.
It's very curious, isn't it? This a sort of blood debt, life owed kind of deal?
No.
Monetary debt?
No.
Honor? Whenever he gives like an even more unsatisfactory response, Carlo gets more amused.
No offense, Nietzsche, but do you like Bloodlust? I mean, no offense, Bloodlust, but do you like your confidant?
Of course he does.
I'm gonna look directly in Nietzsche's eyes and say, "You answer."
No.
It's complicated.
Oh,
Oh, it's that kind of relationship.
I was going to say, I believe I've seen
Oh,
even
not like-
business
not like-
relationships that are less sour.
I really enjoy you, Bloodless. You've got a vibe to you.
You're very useful, if that's the kind of respect you like.
We haven't even seen him mechanically be able to use 2/3 of his kit yet.
No.
I love it.
Helped me extort a harmless old lady.
Oh, we did that, but I mean, the one fight we've been in, I didn't have armor or a weapon.
I will say that he has kept me safe throughout our journeys here.
Well, you seem
Quite impressive.
perfectly capable of keeping yourself safe. I mean, that whole magic trick with the bandages and stuff, I've never seen anything like that before.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, with the bandages.
Oh,
Now?
just those bandages are just for protection. That way, if you get cut, the bandages will keep you from bleeding out.
You pre-bandage yourself?
Yeah, just you never know when you're going to run into trouble.
Well, what if the bandages get cut?
The bandages, you wrap a lot of bandages in multiple directions.
There's no forests of cutlery where I'm from, so maybe it's not as prominent a concern. So strange.
Just
Anyway.
pull a knife out of the bathtub and hand it to Case.
Oh!
And then just kind of cock my head over at Nietzsche and try to cut him.
This is a trap. I don't know what the trap is, but this definitely feels like a trap.
Like anywhere? Just in general. You want me to? Alright. Okay. I go for the throat.
Oh my god!
Well, I suppose my first reaction is to see how Nietzsche takes it.
Make an attack roll. Let's see what happens.
Let's
God.
do it.
Hey, does a bottle of expensive wine count as a martial weapon?
Can I
no.
swipe that?
Damn it.
I'll just use the scissors, but oh my scissors, but yeah.
Ooh, that's a really good one.
That's a real good roll. And you're naked in a bathtub.
I'm a monk. I have full armor all the time.
Oh, that's true.
It still hits.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem really affected by it. Like he obviously but like he doesn't seem like he's like upset or anything.
Oh yeah, I went full in.
Yeah.
You not even hesitating. I like it.
Well, you gotta learn not to do that. I mean, if someone gives me a knife and tells me to attack, I attack. Like, what else?
You would be a wonderful servant.
You'd make a very good knight.
A knight? Knight.
You are making good friends, Nietzsche.
You sure you're all right? I felt like that kind of went in.
I mean, yeah, it was just a dagger.
I was gonna say, did he literally just stab him in the neck with a dagger? Or with scissors?
Well, they drag the dagger in his direction, and there's like a little bit of a slight cut, but just like a paper cut level. It's not enough to like, cripple him or anything, but enough to be like, that could have been real dangerous.
Would anyone else like to try?
Absolutely not.
Why would I mean I would ask Bloodlust why we were doing that, but I don't think he's going to really give us enough words to explain it.
Bloodless.
Mm.
Would you let me stab you?
Yes.
Case's eyes light up and his smile gets wider, and he does the same to Bloodless.
Uh-oh.
Go on.
These people are crazy.
They're insane. It is amusing, though.
Nietzsche just kind of sighs.
I'm concerned we might have another incident with the faculty.
Yeah, so it goes in straight and good. And he doesn't even try and move.
Wow, that's amazing. I think you're bleeding. Here, do me.
Ah,
You are too weak for this. No.
What? I'm not too weak. Come on, you can do it.
Sit down.
Would anyone else like to try? The knife is like still covered in blood by now.
certainly not.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
As
now,
please, I think
as
this
this
is.
as this is all happening, who here has a passive perception of 12 or more?
Me.
I do.
I do not.
actually, where do you see that?
If you go to the skills page, look at perception,
Mhm.
and hit passive over on the far right in that blue box.
Just it's whatever your
I
score is.
have a
plus
12.
10.
Wait, plus 10?
It's your-
So it's like if you have a 4 to your perception, plus 10 would be.
Essentially 10 plus the mod, but yeah, there is a passive column for it.
Yeah, 12.
Perfect. Well, anyone with a passive of 12 or more can see that out of the pipe, there's this awful, long, drippy face that has pulled itself out with two arms that are like pressed against the wall as it's crawling out and looking at all of you
Oh, I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion.
with this real, just sour, dripping face. The water is kind of pulled back almost like to give it this like skull-like appearance.
Oh,
Is this the attendant? Have we seen this thing before, or is it something new?
Yeah, this is the attendant, and it says something in this like burbling voice. Does anybody speak elemental?
Ooh, I'm.
Would be Aquan for water elemental, right?
Any elemental language will work.
Oh, okay. No, I definitely don't. I'm,
No.
again, dumb as hell, but
no, but I will put a hand on his hand. Who's stabbing? Case's hand. Case, we are being watched. I don't know if it'll be wise to continue.
Yeah, sorry, we'll behave.
You see, it reaches a hand out towards all of you, and then Bloodlust and Nietzsche, you feel the water around you kind of swirl a little bit, and the two little balls of water that have perfectly encapsulated all of the blood that you have both lost kind of lift out of the bath and get sucked towards the elemental, and it slurps back into the pipes.
Oh,
That's
That's amazing.
interesting.
I can prevent so many infections.
Yeah.
Do you
Maybe
have something effective?
Stab wounds need to be cleaned.
Okay.
this is as good a disinfectant as any. And he does pull out from his tub the very expensive bottle of wine, which is now hot.
Wow.
He's showing very. I don't know. This is not how you're supposed to drink a very expensive bottle of wine, but here
Why
it
did you
is.
put it in the tub?
But because it has to be drank, and we're in the tub.
Why didn't you just put it next to the tub?
I would
Oh,
like-
well, that's fair.
he had to get
Try
into the
something.
bath in his prison pocket, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I could try something. I could maybe with Presto we could make it just taste cold.
Can you do that?
I've heard of
I think so.
Bailey alcohol in like showers and stuff. This is completely normal college student behavior.
Well, yeah, this is what they do here, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Who has,
I
who
mean,
has
like the
hold of a-
bathhouses back home, you just drink lots of sake and you just hang out
It's-
in the bathhouses for like hours.
Exactly. It's like a mulled spice wine, except it's neither mulled nor spiced. It's
What,
just
you
wine.
don't have mold or spice?
Anyway, here, and I'll hold it over to Carlo. He stops. Wait. Wait. You still haven't told us where you're from.
He looks over to anyone else next to him like you're talking to them.
He's looking straight at you. Oh, we already got it from two of them. In fact, all three of them, because I assume the two of you are from the same place.
Two of who?
Nietzsche and Bloodlust.
Mm.
He will point up because up is north.
Okay.
He's from the sky.
It's from heaven.
You can tell by his
He's an
angelic
alien.
appearance.
I asked for the strongest angel, and they sent me this D-bag.
He's gonna reach for the wine just to test to see your resolve. If you pull it away or not.
He doesn't let go. He gives a look.
Hmm. All right, let's go.
If he doesn't want to say, you shouldn't force it.
No, you cannot test my hospitality.
Well,
Please take
You
this
gotta
wine.
build
If
trust.
you are offering your hospitality, I suppose I can give you a little. Well, I am from Avalon, and, well, I regret to say that I am not part of the nobility, but very much integrated with their society.
I see.
I grew up in a home for just one of the well-known houses, but if you could respect, I would like to keep the name of the house secret.
Yes.
They are, it's a bit of a challenging situation, but...
You have my confidence. I understand very well.
However, I have spent most of my life with those of more affluence and those of the most difficult upbringings, all the same. I'll find it very interesting. But in the end, I don't think I can go back. And this place is a new one. Place for new beginnings. A nice fresh start. And perhaps if you give me more wine and more food, we can have some more information.
I like you. That's a good start. I think we'll do well together. Anyway.
And you're not making it up, are you?
Oh no, every word I've spoken is truthful.
Okay, I can tell by your clothing, your poise and all, that something's truthful about it, but the House Leone, I don't know, House Fox, they both don't seem linguistically real. However, I like you guys.
I didn't make it up. Also, like, isn't it kind of weird how, like, the House of Fox is cats? I always thought it was weird, but I'm not,
That's exactly what I was thinking. And
I mean, there's like a history for it, but, like, I'm not going to bore you.
And he pulls back his question and he put his hand to his mouth. He's like, really thinking, looking at you. Forgive me if I ask a strange question. Nietzsche, what? Why are you so small? Is it just the locality?
Genetics? And it's just like, that's both my mom and my father's side. My mother's and my father's side are both small. It's just how we are.
He's trying to repress it, but he's got puppy eyes right now.
I mean,
okay.
It works well for us. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so big?
I am a Leonin, of course.
Okay, I had that coming.
I don't really know where my ancestry is from, as embarrassing as that is. Anyway, wine is in order. We almost died today.
Yeah. What about Case?
Oh, what about me?
Where'd you say you were from?
Elsewhere.
Yeah, but, like, that was a joke. Where are you really from?
No, it's a small village somewhere in Tyriku called Elsewhere. Have you never been?
Do I need to make a check to know whether or not I've heard of Elsewhere?
Sure. Give me a deception check and you can give me an insight check.
Because I'm pretty sure I'm the one who said Elsewhere, but...
I mean, you mentioned it. Of course you know what it is.
I'm assuming your deception's way better than my insight.
Hold on.
We'll see.
That was a good roll. Oh!
Ooh!
You aren't entirely sure. It's possible that Elsewhere is just where the Khajiit are from, but
Yeah.
Oh my god.
not.
Yeah, that's why I said it. I said it as a joke to my cat people elsewhere. Ha ha ha!
You aren't entirely sure, but he seems. You're skeptical, but he's very convincing and
He's a
firm
very
about
sketchy person, so it's reasonable to think he just doesn't want to talk about it.
yeah.
It's an unnoteworthy town and an unnoteworthy plot of land. Absolutely
what's your
nothing.
gross domestic product?
My gross domestic product?
Yeah, what is your main export of your city?
Literally, it's not city. Literally, just a village in the middle of nowhere.
What's it like to be poor? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no. No.
Very fruitful. I know. I
He
have.
doesn't say that.
Excuse me.
So as you guys are continuing to have this bath, we're going to jump ahead because it's getting late. So eventually you all disperse for the evening, settle down into your rooms, and begin to have a very restful sleep. All except for Fulmine.
Oh no!
Fulmine, as you are sleeping, you start to kind of toss and turn, and you get this weird feeling like you're being watched.
It's not me.
And there's this creeping sensation that kind of crawls up the side of your neck. And you make a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh!
That's not great.
You feel like there is something at the end of your bed that is looking at you.
Ooh.
But you get the sense that if you look at it, it will kill you.
Sleep paralysis.
What do you do? You can hear Austin snoring directly across from you.
Austin. Austin,
Uh,
don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Huh?
okay.
I think that there's something in the room.
What?
But don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
You see him like kind of crack his eyes open for a second, then he closes them again. Okay. Well, is it deaf?
I don't know what it is. It's just the sense that I have.
You feel a hand placed against your cheek.
No, fuck that shit. I hit this thing. I hit this thing as hard as I can.
Okay, make an attack roll. You swing out, and you kind of have to turn your whole body to get a proper swing. And as you do, you see that kind of holding your face, you see two very bony and gaunt hands of what appears to be a young girl, about 16, who's translucent. Your hand goes completely through her, harmlessly. It's very cold as it passes through. And you see this kind of sunken face, long hair that drips down way past her waist, like down to her knees. And she has two bolts, like crossbow bolts, that are sunk into her neck. And she places her hands on both her cheeks and says, "You can see me?" And that's where we'll pick up next week.
No!
Beautiful.
What was that?
Do you want us to wait to do our short rest stuff until next time?
Yes. You guys will almost certainly get a short rest, but we will catch up with Fulmine first, and then you guys can get all your diet stuff.
Woo!
Amazing cliffhanger.
Why is there a ghost? I don't like this.
I predicted ghost, guys. I knew it.
Well, I mean, I think the bigger question is, why can you see her?
Well, I have a fucking hunch about that one.
Is it? It's the
It's
wine.
the cheese.
It's the wine and the cheese. She's just really hungry. Make her a meal.
Or
She might be.
that one little thing you might have picked up. That
This rich little dipshit shows up with some haunted cheese.
Yeah, I think Case might have an idea.
Yeah, there's a couple of possibilities here. There's the fact that I almost died from a thing that possesses people.
Uh-oh.
Some options.
I don't think they possess. They don't possess people. That
That's
possess
true. It's
objects.
only objects.
See, we
Are
need
you
to.
an
You need to. We need to get like a bell between our rooms. That way you can send me cheese, and also we can be like, ghosts.
We have one code for send me cheese. One
Ghost is
code,
you just yank it like crazy. That means ghosts.
one code
Ring-
for
yeah.
cheese received, and
Ring-
one code for ghost present.
Ring
actually-
once for cheese, ring twice for oh no.
I guess I could just send my boy around the corner to go get the cheese. He can just have a little note in a tray and just be like, cheese me.
I am going to kill you.
Why? What's the point of having an unseen servant if he's not going to serve you cheese?
Oh, that boy. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Oh, yeah, no,
we
he's
were
not
talking about
Sorry,
Bloodlust.
sorry. I named the spell my boy because I couldn't think of anything else to name it that was flower related. So it's just
You've
like
called me meaner things, in fairness.
I've only ever called you your name. See, my boy, all capital letters.
My boy.